Good evening. I would like to call the Colton Joint Unified School District Board meeting to order. Today is Thursday, November 18th, 2021. At this point, I would like Joanne to call roll call for board members.
Ms. Doreen Ojeda? Mrs. Haro? Mr. Ibarra?
Present.
Mrs. Sandoval?
Present.
Mr. Fuentes?
Present.
Mrs. Adigui?
Present. Thank you. At this time, I would like to invite Board Member Fuentes to lead us in the flag salute.
Shall we stand? Put your arm over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. I would like to announce that we do have an interpreter. Cynthia Bueno is available in the back for Spanish-speaking persons wanting assistance. Cynthia?
Thank you, Board Member Sandoval. Good evening, all. Muy buenas tardes. Yo soy Cintia Bueno, soy traductora y recepcionista del distrito y durante esta noche serviré bajo la función de intérprete. Si alguien desea escuchar la reunión completa en español, puede buscarme. Yo tengo una mesa allá y tengo los dispositivos que pueden utilizar y podrán escuchar la reunión en español. Si tienen cualquier pregunta, no duden en buscarme. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señorita Bueno. Item 1.3, I'm asking for a motion to adopt the agenda with the following amendments. Amend agenda item 7.7, approval of student assembly presentations, addition of one assembly presentation, Grimes, Extreme Science 2.0. Amend action item 7.10, approval of consultants for support services, addition of one consultant, Ritchie Canyon, Nurturing Parenting. Amend closed session item 11.2, Personnel Public Employee, Appointment, Discipline, Dismissal, Release, Gov Ed Code 54957. Addition of one certificated coach, head Frosh Soft Basketball, boys. Addition of two classified coaches, head junior varsity basketball boys, head junior varsity soccer ball boys. Addition of one volunteer coach, softball girls. Addition of 3 volunteers at Lincoln, Ritchie Canyon, Sycamore Hills. At this time, I would like a motion to approve.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by Board Member Fuentes,
Second.
second by Ms. Sandoval?
Yeah.
To adopt the agenda as recommended. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Okay. On motion of Board Member Fuentes and second by Board Sandoval, Board Member Sandoval, the board adopted the agenda as recommended. Item 2.0, School Showcase. I would like to invite Mr. Torres, Principal of Washington High School, to present.
Good evening, Board Vice President Arreguín, board members, Superintendent Doc Miranda, and members of the audience. 5 students from our leadership class will be presenting tonight. Unfortunately, they were unable to be here. Anthony Perez, Nathan Saucedo, Lily Bellman, Serena Gray, and Richard Story.
Hi, my name is Anthony Perez, and I am a 10th grade student at Washington. Good evening, Board Presidents, Flores, board members, Superintendent Miranda, exclusive cabinets, and members of audience. Thank you for you the opportunity to share some stuff we're doing at Washington this semester. Next slide.
Hi, I'm Nathan Saucedo, and I am a 10th grade student at Washington. Each month we have a bulletin board contest where all of the elective classes compete for a pizza party. So far this year, our themes have been Hispanic heritage, unity and kindness, and attitude of gratitude. Next slide, please. On October 27th, our school took a field trip to Valley College where we got to explore the campus and learn about some of the programs they offer. Next slide, please.
For this October's elementary read aloud, we chose to read Gustavo the Shy Ghost by Flavia Z. Drago. Costumes and all, please enjoy this video.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining our Read Out Loud today readers. Will be Serena as our host of Stop with Me. If you have gave us a second story, it will be Gustavo the Shy Ghost by Flavia Z. Drago. Gustavo was a ghost. He enjoyed doing the normal things that paranormal beings do. Passing through walls, making objects fly, and glowing in the dark. But there was nothing in the world that he loved more than playing the violin, or almost nothing. Gustavo was secretly in love with almost the prettiest monster in town, but he also had a problem. You see, Gustavo was so shy that some things felt incredibly difficult for him, and the worst part of it.
To recognize Kindness Week and Red Ribbon Week, our leadership class organized multiple spirit days, including mismatched shoes, dress like people from the 90s, pajama day, come in tie-dye clothing, twin day, dress like people from the 80s, and a Disney day. Next slide, please.
Every year, our neighbors from San Salvador Preschool get to trick or treat on our campus in their Halloween costumes. This year, on October 30th, we were able to participate in our classes and hand out candy to the little kids. In the last couple of months, we had 3 guest speakers. Dr. Enriquez Lopez shared his work with us around Chicano studies. Mr. Saucedo came to speak to us about how he turned his life around after his troubled past. And last week, Socorro Hernandez shared his experience as a Marine for Veterans Day.
Hi, I'm Richard Story, and I am a 9th grade student at Washington. Next month, on December 8th, please support our school by joining us at Chipotle from 4 to 8 p.m. We are currently working on the video for our winter read aloud to be shared next month, and we are having a winter door decorating competition between our elective classes. Next slide. Thank you again for letting us share this presentation with you.
Principal Torres, and please convey to your students how much we appreciate them taking the time to put together the video and to provide us with that update. And we look forward to hearing from more on the campus. So
Yeah, they wanted to give a little voice instead of just doing the presentation like we did last time, so.
Yeah, well, great. And this is where we're headed, right, with technology. So
All right, thank you. I'll let
Thank
them
you.
know.
appreciate that. And thank you, Ms. Adegain, for kicking off the meeting. I appreciate that. This takes us to the next item on our agenda, which is our special presentations. We do have our employee recognition this evening, and so I will ask Dr. Ortiz, if he'll please come forward to kick off our employee recognition.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Dr. Miranda, Superintendent, and members of the public. I'm here on behalf of the Human Resources Division to congratulate our October Employees of the Month. It's an honor not just to be nominated, but also it's selected to be Employee of the Month. This is a recognition that comes from our staff's peers, so that's probably makes this award more significant is they are honored by their own fellow staff members and colleagues. So all of our nominees and award winners show dedication, passion, and commitment to making our district the best that it can be. We will be recognizing a classified member, a certificated member, management member, and an education partner. So our classified employee recognition is Michael Porter. He's an instructional assistant for special ed at Smith Elementary. Ms. Chavez and Mr. Porter were not able to make it tonight. Ms. Chavez, the principal, was going to speak on his behalf, but neither were able to attend. So I'm going to go ahead and read the description for Mr. Porter. I'm so happy and proud that our very own Smith Star, Michael Porter, is a recipient of the Classified Employee Recognition Award for October. Mr. Porter is an outstanding instructional aide in the RSP classroom and throughout our campus. He is always willing to jump in and help without being asked. For example, Mr. Porter comes to work each morning 30 minutes before his contracted time so he can stand in front and greet students as they arrive each morning. This is a tremendous support for our staff, parents, and to all students at Smith. Mr. Porter's main job title is supporting our RSP students. However, he is a familiar face to RSP and Gen Ed students as well. When students qualify for special ed, they are often already familiar with Mr. Porter, so the transition is very smooth. Mr. Porter has good working relationships with staff and students alike. He is professional in his duties and collaborates with teachers to best serve our students. He is always the first to assist when a need or an emergency arises and willingly provides the support in the mod severe classes when needed. When our campus has a fire drill, you can always find Mr. Porter assisting the SDC teachers as students are often nervous about the loud alarm. He helps the teachers and makes sure the students are calm and accounted for. Overall, Michael Porter is an outstanding employee at Smith Tech. He is a valued staff member, a caring individual, and deserves to be recognized for his years of excellent service. I feel very fortunate to work with Michael Porter. He is truly an essential piece to our Smith staff. So each person recognized tonight will get a beautiful certificate, a nice pin, and their little trophy or plaque. They'll receive these later. They're, I think, stuck in Long Beach Harbor with everything else. So our certificated class member is Carrie M. Ashton. She's a third grade teacher at Grimes Elementary School. Honoring her this evening is Dr. Wendy Moore, principal.
Good evening. A bit about Mrs. Ashton. Mrs. Ashton embodies excellence and humility in everything she does. She started her teaching career as a student teacher at Grimes Elementary School over 20 years ago, and she continues to serve our community with tremendous heart. As our leadership team member, Mrs. Ashton ensures that initiatives and decisions are well planned and inclusive of everyone's ideas. She leads our campus ASB, where she runs a full-on student campaigning and elections annually. She works with over 40 ASB students and 3 officers weekly to develop leadership skills and guide them as they make large-scale decisions for our student body. They write, produce, and record engaging weekly announcements, organize and advertise spirit days, as well as school-wide fundraisers. Ms. Ashton serves as our gate lead, where she plans and organizes a variety of activities and informational training for our staff, students, and families. When a need arises, she is there, ready and willing to do whatever is necessary. If I may keep it simple, Ms. Ashton is essentially that go-to person for many people on campus. She always has a great attitude and positive outlook. She's willing to lend a hand and go the extra mile for any of her colleagues, students, or families. I could go on and on about Mrs. Ashton and the many roles that she plays on our campus, as well as her positive influence. However, we all know the true measure of a teacher's impact is found in the eyes of her students. When her third graders were asked, "How do you feel about Mrs. Ashton?" her students responded, "She's really nice and fun too. She always uses a soft voice. She teaches everybody everything that she knows. She is kind and positive. She never yells." When asked the more layered question, "How does Miss Ashton feel about you?" they excitedly answered, "She thinks I'm good at reading and math. She loves her students and all the other ones. She makes sure everyone is safe. She thinks that we're special. She cares about us." From one of her more active students, "She feels that I'm a good kid. She is proud of me. She thinks her students are smart and sometimes loud. She thinks everyone is the best. She thinks we are all good at anything. And lastly, she is happy that I am here." I don't think any further explanation is really needed as to why Mrs. Ashton is being recognized this evening. Her heart is big and her impact is bigger. We're extremely lucky to have her as a member of our Grimes family and look forward to all the great things that are yet to come.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. And as luck would have it, Dr. Wendy Moore is our management recipient this month. Honoring her tonight is me. She was nominated by Miss Brenda de la Vega. So I will read what Ms. de la Vega wrote about Dr. Moore. The enrollment in our bilingual program has increased thanks to Ms. Moore, who is bilingual, but a lot of her success has to do with her people skills. She can speak to children who are struggling to learn English, also to welcome the parents who only speak Spanish. We live in a multicultural society, and it's clearly desirable for Ms. Moore to be bilingual at the right school. Another key is her desirable leadership abilities. She always plays an active role in planning and supporting instruction that is appropriate for our school. The bottom line is that the school is working wonderful for the kids, staff, and parents, thanks to Dr. Moore. So on behalf of the Human Resource Division, we'd like to recognize Dr. Moore. Our education partner recipient tonight is Anthony Elizararas. He is a school resource officer at Colton Middle School. Honoring him this evening is Erica McDonald, principal.
Can you say his name again when I? That would be awesome. Good evening, Board President Flores, Board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and Executive Cabinet. It is my pleasure to present the Educational Partner Award to Officer Eli. Officer Eli has been our school resource officer at Colton Middle for 3 years. During that time, he has not only been a resource to staff, but to students in the community at large. He has made it his focus to be a positive role model for our students. He will interact during passing period, lunches, before and after school. If you need to find him, he's always out talking with the kids. Most recently, he took it upon himself to host an attendance assembly for our students who are on time to all their classes every day. He provided his own certificates, goodie bags to the students, and spoke to them about how their positive choices will affect them later in life. We are honored to work with Officer Eli and hope our relationship continues with him and the Colton Police Department.
Thank you. Those are our October employee recognition recipients. We encourage all CJUSD staff members to continue to nominate our wonderful employees. So, and I was just kidding about the plaques. They'll get them. It was a problem with the trophy place, but they'll have them. Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you for that. We appreciate the opportunity to recognize our incredible employees and our partners. And before he sneaks out, I see the chief there, Chief Dominguez. Chief Dominguez, I have to call you out. You thought you were going to get away. I'm going to have to call out Chief Dominguez and publicly thank you for the partnership that you and the Colton Police Department have had with our district for years. Long before you were Chief Dominguez, you were active and involved in this district intimately. And we really, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you because the presence that you have and your officers have in our district, yes, keeping our students safe, keeping all of us safe, our staff, but also building those relationships and showing those students that, you're great mentors, you're great examples, you're great role models, and having law enforcement engaged with our students is so important to us here at Colton Joint. So thank you, Chief. Thank you, Officer Eli. We appreciate the relationship and congratulations again. Great job. Thank you. All right. That takes us to our next item on the agenda, which is our public hearing for this evening. Item 4.1 is the Colton Joint Unified School District's Sunshine for the Association of Colton Educators. This is a public hearing. Oh, thank you. So I will go ahead and open the public hearing and ask Ms. Medina, do we have any public comment speakers for this particular item?
We do not.
We do not. All right. Hearing none, I will go ahead and close the public hearing for item 4.1. At this time. And that takes us to our next item on the agenda, which is public comment. We have a number of speakers. I want to welcome all you again. Many of you are familiar with the format. So 3 minutes per speaker. Go ahead and step to the microphone if you get to or are at your 3 minutes. And if you have any written comments, you're more than welcome to turn those copies into Ms. Medina, or if you'd like to email them to the board, please do so. We do get complete copies of those comments, but we do have a 3-minute limit on public comments. So we'll go ahead and start this evening with Ms. Rebecca Hastings.
Well, I wasn't counting on being first, but thank you so much. Hello, board members and members of the audience and our superintendent. My name is Rebecca Hastings, as was said. And I just wanted to give you some context. I began my teaching career with the Colton Joint Unified School District 28 years ago in 1993, which is really long ago. Aside from teaching 3 years overseas in Indonesia, my entire career has been in this district. I wouldn't want to work for any other district, though sometimes it's challenging. I've enjoyed my time here, but sadly my time here may be coming to a close, whether I want it to or not. Ever since COVID has been on the radar of schools, you have taken a conservative approach. We did distance learning for a year and a half, and I respect that decision on your behalf. But you consistently support every mandate that comes from Governor Newsom, even though it threatens the medical freedom of all staff and students. Currently, your unvaccinated staff have to test weekly, and they comply. They're doing it, despite there being absolutely no end in sight. I'm going to say that again. There's no end in sight for that testing, but they still do it. As a dedicated veteran teacher, I urge you not to sit idly by while your right to medical freedom is taken away. I should not be penalized for making a choice that's different than someone else's. In a memo that was sent out on November 10th, it was stated, and finally, we are obligated to follow the law. Our governor does not have the authority to unilaterally write and sign into practice a new law. That is the role of our legislative branch of government. So I'm chagrined as to why in your own memo you would mention obligated to follow the law. I'll say it again, these mandates are not law. Perhaps you need to seek different legal counsel. Albert Einstein said, "The world is a dangerous place, but not because of those who do evil, but because of those who look on and do nothing." I challenge you, do not be part of those who look on and do nothing. What can you do? You can refuse to implement vaccine mandates if one is imposed by the state, like Apple Valley Union High School District did in their resolution. Does that mean my time is up?
That is, yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I will say goodbye now.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Brandy, and I apologize if I mispronounce this. Is it Ridley? Ritzy? Ritzy.
My name is Brandy Ritzy, and I'm a 13-year teacher of Colton Joint Unified. It's been 19 months since the start of this pandemic, and today there's a lot more information available regarding COVID-19, its spread, and its treatments. As this information continues to be released from countries all over the world, one thing has become painfully apparent. Vaccine mandates are unnecessary, obtrusive, and heavy-handed. Many fail to take into account the natural immunity for those who have had and recovered from COVID-19. They also fail to acknowledge the highly experimental nature of the vaccines themselves. The FDA has given full approval of the Pfizer vaccine, but the other vaccines remain approved for emergency use only. The clinical trials for all vaccines are still ongoing and will not be completed until at least July 2023. You see, it's not that I'm anti-vax or that I deny the role that vaccines have had in preventing the spread of other diseases. It's that this particular vaccine has not even finished clinical trials. It's that the long-term side effects for this vaccine and its ingredients are not known. It's that we still have a lot of questions about COVID itself. It's that I have personally had and recovered from COVID-19. Governor Newsom's vaccine mandate for students and school staff is like putting the cart before the horse. We have yet to see the long-term safety and efficacy of these vaccines, yet Newsom wants to rush into requiring all students and staff to have one. For what purpose? So he can say he was the first one to do it. And Newsom has put you, our district officials, firmly in the middle of this battle. He has left it up to each school district to enforce the mandate. Ronald Reagan said, "Freedom is a fragile thing, and it's never more than one generation away from extinction. It is not ours by way of inheritance. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation, for it comes only once to a people." Let me be crystal clear. If the people of this district and this state allow Newsom's vaccine mandate to stand, I will know that freedom has become extinct here in California. This mandate will require staff and students to apply for an exemption from the vaccine in July 2022. But you see, an exemption is not a freedom. An exemption is a note accepted and written by someone else who holds the power. A note that can be stripped away at any time with just the simple stroke of a pen. Right now, you hold the power. School boards, unions, and other organizations around the state are fighting back against Newsom's mandates. These mandates are illogical, since even the vaccinated can get and spread COVID. They are immoral because they force people to vaccinate or lose their jobs. They are unnecessary because those who have chosen to vaccinate are already protecting themselves. It may feel like you can't defy a mandate because that's how they want you to feel. You have a duty and responsibility to stand up and serve the community you represent. You have 2 feet and a voice. Use them.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Jennifer Rue. Ms. Jennifer Rue is our next speaker. Yes.
Good evening, esteemed board members and Dr. Miranda. My name is Jennifer Rue, and I'm a 17-year veteran high school teacher at CJUSD. I am here to speak to you again regarding the ridiculous yet very serious COVID mandates. I want to bring to your attention that Gavin Newsom fought for the prison guard union members' right to exemption from the vaccine, which isn't really a vaccine, just like a mandate is not really a law, but nonetheless. I bring this up to highlight the insidiousness of this mandate. Logically, how does that make sense? That the same politician who is forcing the state into COVID shots is fighting to exempt an entire union. Oh yeah, the prison guard union gave $1.75 million to Newsom to fight the recall. Now it makes sense. The mandate is not about health and safety, it's about coercion and control. California Teachers Association is in favor of a mandate that violates the constitutional rights of its due-paying members. Many of us have chosen to resign from the union who refuses to voice support for choice and freedom. And now teachers are looking for support from the school board and the superintendent and asking you to do what is right and not what is easy. Please follow the lead of some of the brave districts of California, such as Calaveras County, who voted recently 5-0 against upholding the state-issued COVID-19 vaccine mandate for students and staff. The 5 board members voted on an action to not enforce, support, or comply with the mandate. That's bravery. It is not enough to sit idly by and wait and see what happens. We are asking you to take a stand on the side of freedom for the community you serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Lisa Villa.
Sorry, this has nothing to do with the mandate. Sorry. But I support you. All right. All right. Good evening. Today I'm here as an employee. Like I've said before in the past, I knew what would come along with speaking up for our Colton kids, including retribution in the workplace. Why was I the only one placed on an attendance plan after I used up all my sick leave, since when there are plenty of people who overuse their sick leave year after year? I had overused my sick leave because my husband had 2 strokes back to back, which in my opinion is a good reason to use my sick leave. My every move at work is scrutinized. It includes write-ups, coaching opportunities, verbal warnings, conference summaries, and so forth. That's the price I was willing to pay. I knew what would come along with speaking up. Of my grandchildren, my children, and the people of my Colton community matter that much to me. They deserve better. There was a time when being a part of the Colton Security Department was highly pursued. But now the security department runs short on security staff daily, which jeopardizes student safety. Long before the pandemic, we retired a couple of our security people, and then a couple of people have left since then. For whatever reason, how are the positions not filled by now? How is student and staff safety not the priority? Before balloon arches, before shirts, before sandwiches and staff for staff and students. Being part of the security department is no longer a job that people seek. Many people have left security positions because they saw the personal vendettas and uncalled transfers that continuously were allowed within our security department. The abuse of power is continuous. School safety is a national topic, but yet the Colton School District allows the security managers not to have each school adequately covered safe-wise. 19 months have passed since the pandemic started, and still those positions are not filled, so that we were good to go when the school year started. I see this security department as a department that is filled with people looking for other opportunities to move on, including myself. That should be a red flag to you. Why are people that have been here for so long trying to leave? I've been here for 30 years, 31 years. and I'm trying to leave. No, I don't want to leave the students, but I can no longer be a part of a group that is not for student success. And I can't just look away no more. I need to do something and be a part of it, be a part of change and speak up. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Villa. Our next speaker is Chastity Kutse.
Good evening, Board President Flores, members of the board, and Superintendent Miranda. We have been here for about a month and a half and have witnessed teachers plea for support against the vaccine mandate. We have seen kids stand here to express how this mandate will personally affect them, and we have heard from many parents that will not surrender the parental rights, and consequently, their children will no longer be allowed to attend in-person school. The community is hurting. Unfortunately, what we haven't heard is a positional stance from our elected board members. You have been elected and entrusted to be the voice of the community you serve. Though your stance will not supersede the law, it will speak to your constituents. As you are aware, several districts have already created board resolutions. They have chosen to be proactive and support the community that has elected them. Districts such as Apple Valley, Lucerne Valley, Biggs, Capistrano, Columbia, El Dorado, Oak Run, Ocean View, and many more courageously stand on the side of freedom and deserve to be mentioned. If you support freedom of choice, now is the time to take a positional stance. The governor is aware of the districts that are not on board with the mandate, and hopefully he will rethink his position on the matter. Time is of the essence, and continuing to remain silent is an injustice to those who have elected you. American freedoms are being compromised and constitutional rights are being infringed upon. It is time to take a stand for freedom. I understand we may have opposition out there. There are individuals who do not want to be around the unvaccinated. However, the science does not support their feelings. As a matter of fact, my daughter was just exposed from a vaccinated student and must quarantine because she is unvaccinated. Our students who had the same exposure, there were other students who had the same exposure and were not sent home because they were vaccinated. This isn't science, it is discrimination. A vaccinated student exposed my daughter, yet my daughter sent home because she is unvaccinated and can't return to school for a minimum of 8 days, even though she has no symptoms. Furthermore, I learned from another California school superintendent that masks being worn in schools is allowed for modified quarantine through the CDPH guidelines. Why is our district choosing to ignore these guidelines for the unvaccinated? When both parties are wearing a mask, the guidelines allow all parties to remain safely in school. However, our district chooses to send home the unvaccinated. I believe our district is discriminating against the unvaccinated, and it is time for the board to take a positional stance that supports freedom and medical choice. Parents were given a student vaccine update on November 10th, and it was made known the district will be following the law. Ironically, that update said, and I quote, "We will continue to provide support and information for those who choose to vaccinate," end quote. Where's the information and the support to those who choose not to vaccinate? Why wouldn't that update simply say that the district will continue to provide support and information to all? I believe discrimination against the unvaccinated is woven within our district, and it must not be tolerated. Please support us with a board resolution that supports medical freedom and parental choice. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tori Gates. Tori Gates.
My name is Tam Gates. I'm a 7 and I'm acting for it. Please help us.
Okay, and I'm gonna speak now. I'm just here to say I'm done complying and I'm done playing nice. I also want to know, why does the man in power not have to vaccinate his children against COVID-19, but I'm being forced to vaccinate mine? Just because our kids don't have a voice right now doesn't mean they won't in a couple years from now. Is anybody thinking about long-term effects? We see the news, we see people dropping from heart attacks, and that's just what's happening now, not in years from now. Do you want to be remembered as somebody that fought for our children's safety, their health, and their choices, or somebody that cowardly stays quiet because it's the easier thing to do. I want all of these kids to know I didn't stay quiet and that I fought for them and I didn't stay quiet and that I fought for them and that their life doesn't have a price tag on it. CJUSD put out a letter last week in regards to the mandate. This letter said everything without saying anything. It states it will continue to offer support on those who choose to vaccinate their children. Well, where's my support? Where's the support for those that do not want to vaccinate? It's pretty clear where CJUSD stands, and I wish you would fight for us like other schools have. I will be withdrawing my child from CJUSD Colton Joint Unified shortly. I just wanted you all to understand where us parents are coming from, and we are tired of our district not having our backs.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Sabino.
Good evening, board. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I spoke here recently regarding my daughter who's vaccine injured. She lost her medical exemption she suffered 16 seizures at 2 months of age from her first and only vaccine DTaP, as well as I lost my other child during a miscarriage when I was vaccinated while I was pregnant while working on my PhD at Loma Linda. I've spoken previously to the board and I've met with Assistant Superintendent Brandon Dade, and this is the information that I shared with him. In 2017, SB 277 removed personal belief exemptions as well as religious exemptions. In that statement as well, in that law, all new vaccines are supposed to be allowed personal exemptions, but also what's been stated from Sacramento is that they are working to close that loophole. In 2019, SB 276 removed medical exemptions from the less than 1% of vaccine injured children in this state. As well, what that stated was all medical exemptions that are entered, if a doctor submits more than 5, that they will be reported to the medical board and their licenses investigated. And so we have physicians who will not write medical exemptions if it's a contraindication. The way it stands now, my child must be vaccinated until she's near death or dies to be exempt from any vaccine despite what her physician has said. In addition, any exemption submitted to the school sites, it has to be submitted into a state database. I've talked before about the demographics in this county and for this school district. If Colton Joint Unified decides to move forward with standing in line with the mandates coming down out of Sacramento, you are agreeing to immunity profiling of unvaccinated students. You are agreeing in the tracking and tracing of a predominant immigrant community. You are agreeing to segregation and discrimination of 70% people of color. There's no option for viewing titers. There's no option for looking at if somebody has antibodies present, what is the latency period that they need to wait before they get vaccinated? Nobody's looking at that. You have 10 nurses to support 28 schools in your district. Additionally, distance learning has no expiration. At-home learning has resulted in a portion of our students being accessible 24/7 to their sexual and physical abusers. It lowers overall educational achievement. Right now, our county sits at 40%, living 200% below the poverty line. If you agree with this mandate, you are part of perpetuating the cycle of poverty, including with people of color. LAUSD saw 27,000 decline in enrollment. What is your threshold for the number that you can afford to lose? What is the benefit of the mandate to the district financially? What contracts have you signed? Because we are aware that clinics will be coming on site. If and when a child suffers an adverse reaction, how many lawsuits will you be able to absorb due to negligence because you did not recognize they were at risk? Thank you.
Ms. Sabino. Our next speaker is Christy Bull. Ms. Christy Bull.
Thank you, you guys. This is awesome. Okay.
Good evening, Superintendent Miranda and Governing Board. This is my husband, Shad Bull. I'm Christy Bull. We have three children within the district. We are deeply concerned about the obvious lack of concern you have shown for us parents that are against the vaccine mandate. Our voices have not been heard after numerous attempts, and sadly, our pleas have fallen on deaf ears. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of parents within our district that do not agree with this mandate potential law. You have no idea how many you've excluded in your last letter to us parents. I gotta breathe for a second. I would ask that you send out a questionnaire to all parents within the CJUSD school district to find out exactly who actually agrees with being forced to vaccinate their children in order to attend school. You may be surprised. We understand you need to follow the law. We don't expect otherwise. We are asking for your support and advocacy in giving your parents and students a right to choose before it's too late, if it becomes a law. If a parent wants to vaccinate their children, they already have that right. As a parent of 3 children in the district, I'm asking for the same right and respect. Please understand, one of my children suffers from very intense migraine headaches. We are under medical care for these. We avoid any type of steroids or heavy medication because her pediatrician, her father, and I prefer to find the cause rather than mask it. If this mandate is not stopped and it becomes a law, my child would be required to receive the COVID vaccine regardless of this medical condition. My fear is that it would make her migraines worse, much worse. For her sake, I'm not willing to take that chance. I simply refuse. I should have that right as a parent. She is not alone in this. Many children suffer from health issues that you know nothing about, and this vaccine could likely make their symptoms worse. Have you seen the reports? Have you seen the full reports? Not the ones that are edited to look pretty, so not to worry society, or dare I say that would discourage people from taking the vaccine. We have no idea the long-term effects of this vaccination. Do you really want that on your conscience because you followed the popular vote? Please do your job and advocate for all families in this district. Have you reached out to other districts? Please do your job and advocate for all families. I'm going to run out of time. So one final note, your lack of advocacy will certainly come at a cost for the board, a cost for the district, and sadly a cost for our children who have grown up with the same peers for several years. But unfortunately, we as parents, we will make that hard decision and we will homeschool. We will relocate to other districts that care about us and our needs. It would seem you've chosen to simply call us anti-vaxxers. We are not anti-vaxxers. We are parents, guardians, uncles, aunts, teachers. We are mama bears that will stand proud for our children, their rights, and their medical freedom, even when you will not.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Carr.
Well, good evening. And it's been a long time since I've been with the school board. I'm now a grandmother. And I will say that I know that it's all about relationships and calm communications with all of you and all of us. I have a granddaughter that, we've all had COVID. We've all got the antibodies. She went to school, and because those that were vaccinated didn't want anything to do with her. And we're supposed to be examples to these children. God, from the very beginning, gave us a choice. For every choice, we do have a consequence. And I'm just asking for that choice for all of us. New beginnings, and forever that we all work together. Please consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Array.
Hello again. I received your response to this mandate on Wednesday, November 10th, and I want you to hear my response. We have pleaded and tried to work with you. We have came in with facts while you waited legal counsel. You said you appreciated our professionalism. I was hopeful you wanted to give us parents a choice. However,
You didn't express parental choice in that mass message that went out last Wednesday. Many districts have drafted resolutions asking the state not to implement COVID vaccine, such as Apple Valley, Biggs Unified, Capistrano, Columbia, Cottonwood Creek Charter, East Whittier City School, El Dorado, Lucerne Valley, Oak Run Elementary School, Ocean View School, and Rim of the World, just to name a few. All these school districts displayed concerns for their students and teachers. On their resolutions, they stated they are supportive of parental consent. The school districts lack legal authority to mandate the COVID vaccine for students. The school board believes the right to informed consent should never be ignored. A vaccine mandate discriminates against students and staff who have already recovered. And finally, the vaccine mandate would also infringe upon students' fundamental rights to education. I've given you examples of districts with leadership that show compassion for all students. At this time, we would like to request a public live vote to see who supports the mandate and who supports choice. I would like to know who's for choice and who's not, so we can start working on replacements, because you're not following your own governance standard, which states you're going to promote the success of all students and support the efforts by being on the board and keeping the focus on learning and achievements. I want to leave you with something. Get some new legal counsel and represent both sides, vaccinated and unvaccinated. Speak to these districts I've named by joining and writing Gavin Newsom a resolution of your own, or we can wait for 2022. And I know who's up for re-election. And I also know a lot of parents that are willing to take a seat at that table.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Miss Larissa Hawkins.
Okay, so I'm not a fan of coming to these things. Quite honest, it's because nothing is accomplished. But the truth is, parents and teachers across California are making an impact. Districts are voting not to enforce the mandate. We're not alone. However, you have all made it pretty clear in your very vague statement last week, you will not be standing up for the students, parents, teachers, and staff. In the statement you put out, you mentioned losing funding. If you do not comply. So let me ask you, what does that funding matter if thousands of kids are pulled from your district anyways? And what are you truly afraid of? If the majority of districts band together and fought this, you can't lose. The state is not going to stop funding all public schools across the state. But maybe if we pull all of our children from the district, it's not the worst thing, right? From what I have researched, in our entire district, we have only one school rated above a 5. Most schools fall below a 5. Terrace Hills Middle School is a 2. I am sorry, board members, but we deserve better. And this is not at fault of our teachers. Who does the bad rating fall on? I believe it falls back on you. You, after all, oversee all the schools and provide funding for each school site and their needs as a whole. This district is rated below average. But I am seeing a pattern. I see and hear all the time the board does not have funds to do this or that. This poor woman who comes every week, there's an example. I know, for example, my children's school did not benefit from that. Where did all the funding go for the COVID relief? This district received more than most districts in the state. I know, for example, my children's school did not benefit. They spent all summer with not one shade structure on the whole playground, kids coming home sunburned, not one single bench on the whole school site for the kids to sit at and take a break. There's no funding for benches. You didn't help the teachers because we all know they pay for the majority of all their school supplies themselves. And let me tell you, at Terrace View, we have some of the absolute best teachers there are, and they deserve better. The bottom line is, you should be doing more. You do not deserve to sit there and represent us with what you've done. So I ask you, what have you done? What we are here for isn't up there. Why? It's important, obviously. So what have you done? Have you reached out to representatives? Have you reached out to the state? Have you lobbied for us? Have you reached out to neighboring districts? Why aren't you doing more? We deserve to know if you have done anything other than consult with your attorneys. I know there are a few of you whose term is ending. We are all aware. So maybe you should put in writing to the people in the areas you represent how you feel about this, what you are personally going to do to help us. If not, you very well may not continue to sit in those seats.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Nichols.
Good evening, Governing Board. On October 1st, we were all made aware of Governor Newsom's COVID-19 vaccination mandate. For 6 weeks, we've seen other districts take actions to publicize their positional stance on the matter. We've shared these emails and resolutions with each of you, hoping it would make it easy for you to publicly put your stance or resolution out to your constituents. For 6 weeks, we've repeatedly asked for your support and for you to be transparent on your positional stance. We're still waiting. We, the stakeholders of CJUSD, are here tonight to publicly inform you that we will invoke our rights according to Board Policy 9322. We ask that CJUSD add such a resolution to the December 16th Board agenda. According to Board Policy Bylaw 9322, which states in part, and I quote, "A member of the public may request that a matter within the jurisdiction of the board be placed on the agenda of a regular board meeting. The request shall be submitted in writing to the superintendent with supporting documentation and information, if any, at least 10 business days before the scheduled board meeting date," end quote. We have created a resolution and asked that it be put on the agenda as an action item, as this topic falls within the above criteria. We understand that Board Policy 9322 also states in part, and I quote, "The board president and superintendent shall decide whether a request from a member of the public is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board," end quote. Seeing that numerous other districts have already addressed these topics, we are certain that that falls within your jurisdiction. We know that Dr. Miranda and President Flores will abide by the board policies as written, and we would be most grateful. The resolution is mostly verifying what policies you currently have in place, but by you publicly addressing these items, you will be giving your teachers, parents, and students the clarity that we have been asking of you. We are most certainly open to hearing from you if you have come up with a resolution of your own. We are merely trying to be helpful in taking the initiative to send our, I'm sorry, we are merely trying to be helpful in taking the initiative to send you our resolution so we can be a part of the solution, as this time is of the essence. We thank you in advance for your consideration, and we look forward to seeing a clear resolution on December 16th agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Natalie Figueroa.
Hello, board members. I'm Natalie, and I have been a member of this community my whole life. I was a GATE student at Cooley Ranch Elementary. I'm now a 7th grade student at Terrace Hills Middle School, where I shared my love for crochet with my fellow students and teachers by starting a crochet club. One of our projects is to make wiggle worms for the counselors to give students who suffer from anxiety. Starting a club at school was a little out of my comfort zone, and there were some challenges, but teachers and students worked together to support the club until it became a reality and a huge hit. I'm a member of a local church, and I sing in the children's choir. I have attended and participated in the events at the Grand Terrace tree lighting ceremony for the past 5 years. Another thing I am is a Girl Scout with Grand Terrace's troop 1263, but one thing I am not is a science experiment. I am a person created by God and not just a dollar sign in the district's budget. Being up here in front of you is kind of scary. It's actually really scary and uncomfortable, even for a social butterfly. but I had to come here and invite you to step outside your comfort zone and to do something that might be a little scary for you. I'm asking you to please stand up for me and for the many students, parents, and employees who would like to exercise our right to choose not to be injected with an experimental vaccine. I'm here to ask you to do the scary, difficult, uncomfortable thing and fight for us. I understand that what you have to do is bigger than me standing up here or starting a club at school. But I promise you, you won't be alone. We will support you. I love being back in school in person where I can make new friends and hang out with old ones, but I won't be able to do that if you don't stand up for me. Please stand up for all of us and all of those we represent that can't be here today. Please fight for me to be able to continue to be an active member of this community and not a lab rat. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lee Raquel Bravo.
Again, I think I'm the last speaker today. I was here the last board meeting. I had something prepared. Today, I brought my kiddos, Adam, Rayleigh, and Rachel. Two of them have a condition. They are the poster board children for the vulnerable of COVID. We didn't get COVID till January of this year because we followed all the rules. We, socially distanced, all that. But that still didn't protect us because my father-in-law, who has renal failure, would go get dialysis and they'd always send a note home saying there was somebody that had COVID, he had been exposed. So we knew it was gonna happen eventually. And like most people, we were afraid at first because we live with the children that have chronic illness and, it was all over the media everywhere that they would be most likely hospitalized or they would lose their life. So of course, our human side, we were a bit afraid, but we're Christians, so we put them in God's hands and we trusted that God was not going to allow that to happen to them. So when we had, thank you. So when we had COVID, we had the worst symptoms. My husband, I had to call the ambulance at one point, but we survived it. Like it says 97 to 99% recovery rate. But the most amazing thing is that they didn't even have the sniffles, not even a cough or fever. And they were supposed to. And I had to tend to them because they get medicine and infusions around the clock. And I had to be there for them. I could not abandon them. At one point, he was bringing us Gatorades and taking care of us. And he was supposed to be the one in the hospital. She was supposed to be the one in the hospital. When they get the flu every year, they end up in the hospital. Their teachers at Ruth Grimes and the nurses will tell you, they end up hospitalized for at least 2 weeks with the flu. And I'm not advocating here or anywhere for the flu shot for everybody because it's a personal choice. And we understand they can get sick and God has protected them to this day. So I ask you, if they are the ones that you think we have to protect, and I'm telling you they're fine, and then God's got their back, and we see the data, children, if sick children, they were able to survive, then what about healthy children? Now, I know there is still a small risk, but we still get into our vehicles and we drive every day, and there's a huge risk with that. There's so many risks in the world, there's so many illnesses. And the most heartbreaking thing for me is that when the 3 weeks to flatten the curve began, my father was dying of cancer. And we stayed away. We stayed away because we followed the mandates. And my husband told me, you have to go see him. He was in hospice. They weren't really allowed to basically say goodbye to their grandfather because we obeyed. And he still passed away. And that's something that I regret the most, that I have to hold on to the memories that we had before all of this, because it just happened to be that timing where it all happened. But you know what, moving forward, what part of history are we gonna be? Are we always gonna be scared for everything that happens? Illnesses are all around us. Pandemics are nothing new. So please don't be part of the history that just caves into fear.
Those are all the public speaker slips that we have for this evening. So that'll conclude public comment for this evening. So I appreciate everybody coming out, and for those that spoke, thank you. Again, and there's limitations on discourse. There cannot be a vote tonight. There's nothing on the agenda to vote on, and by law, there has to be an item on the agenda posted in advance for a board to take any action. Yep, no worries, not a problem. Thank you. Our next item for this evening is item 6.0. These are our administrative presentations. All welcome to stay. But yeah, sure. Case. All right, so our first presentation this evening is 6.1. This is our Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. Presentation by our Ed Services Department. So I didn't know if we wanted Dr. Peterson to go ahead and kick us off.
Thank you, Board President Flores. I'd like to introduce our School Improvement and Accountability Director, Dr. Kathy Cervantes, to make tonight's presentation on the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. I'm here tonight to present important information on the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. Next, okay, thank you. This is a grant that is state funded for county offices of education, school districts, charter schools, state special schools for professional learning for teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals that work with pupils, and classified staff that interact with pupils. Next slide. The program authority for this block grant was established by Assembly Bill 130, Chapter 24, Section 22, Statutes of 2021. Next slide. The total amount that California LEAs will receive is $1.5 billion. Colton Joint Unified School District will receive $5.3 million in the fiscal years of 2022 through 2026. This funding may be used to support diversifying our workforce and to provide professional learning in the 10 areas of professional learning to support for teachers, administrators, and paraprofessionals who work with students and classified staff who interact with students. Next slide. The grant provides professional learning and promotes educator equity, quality, and effectiveness. The funding is allocated on the basis of an equal amount per certificated and classified full-time equivalency as reported in the California Longitudinal Pupil Achievement Data System, CalPADS, and the California Basic Educational Data System, CBEDS, for the 2020-21 fiscal year. Next slide. This slide shares the allocation timeline for the grant, wherein January 2022, the CDE plans to release the first apportionment of the funds 80%, and then in the spring of 2022, CDE plans to release the remaining funds of 20%. Next slide. Conditions of apportionment for the grant. According to California Ed Code 41480D1, the local plan for the grant needs to be heard in a public meeting of the governing board of the school district before its adoption in a subsequent public meeting. This must take place on or before December 30th, 2021. Next slide. The continued conditions for apportionment for the grant. According to California Ed Code 41480D2, a final report must be submitted on or before September 30th, 2026. The funds may be expended during the fiscal years of 21-22, 22-23, 23-24, 24-25, and 25-26. All funds must be returned to the CDE if an LEA does not meet the two conditions of apportionment. Next slide. When we received news of this grant, we gathered a small community of partners, which included district and site leaders, classified and certificated staff, to discuss the usage of these funds. So on November the 2nd, we had a first committee meeting, which included sharing information on the grant, and we shared a survey to collect staff input, which was available from November the 2nd through November the 10th. We met as a committee on November the 10th to review the data and had a discussion on what ideas were shared by our staff. And we addressed and listened to the needs of staff and the grant's impact for our district. Next slide. The timelines for our district. According to the grant's apportionment, we need to present, which is we're presenting today, and have the plan approved by our school board on the 16th of December, and then submit the approved plan to CDE by December the 30th. As I have shared, on 11/10, we closed the survey and shared with the partners and discussed the data at our second committee meeting. Next slide. So in addition, at our committee meetings, we use the following questions to guide us. What are the most pressing needs for professional learning? How can funds be used equitably? How can funds be used to leverage and enhance current professional learning initiatives? And how can funds be used to support LCAP actions and services? Next slide. In the next 2 slides, I will be sharing a few things for you to consider. The 10 areas of professional learning as prescribed by the CDE, the allocation amount distributed among the 10 professional learning areas as agreed by our district staff, and what Colton will be specifically targeting in each of the areas. So also please note that these specific targets can be also revisited and adjusted. Professional learning area number 1, which is coaching and mentoring. This addresses the local needs for teachers, focuses on staff retention, offers structured feedback and coaching systems, promotion of teacher self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationships, supporting learning communities for educators. Colton will be targeting technology and cognitive coaching, which will explore the thinking behind the practices. And we are allotting $350,000. Professional learning area number 2, which is standards aligned and literacy instruction. That is programs that lead to effective standards aligned instruction and improve instruction in literacy across all subject areas. Colton will be focusing on literacy, math, writing, VAPA, AVID, technology, special ed for certificated and classified staff, and we are allotting $1.2 million. Professional learning area number 3, which is re-engaging students and accelerating learning. This is practices and strategies that re-engage pupils and lead to accelerated learning. And Colton will be targeting Q conferences, QTEL, certificated and classified conferences. In particular, one of our members shared that she would like to see classified staff participate in Para-Educator Accelerated Training Hub, PATH. We will be providing new employee training and also providing Camp Ed. Professional learning area number 4, which is social emotional learning and trauma-informed practices. I'm sorry, I need to go back. Learning area number 3, $1 million. Number 4, it would involve strategies to implement SEL and trauma-enforced practices. Colton will be targeting mental and health and SEL, PD, and other related curriculum, and we are allotting $500,000 for that. Professional area number 5, this is practices to create positive school climate, and these are to, in addition to creating positive school climate, we are looking to restorative justice, positive behavior supports, transforming school culture, and exploring ethnic diversity. Colton will be targeting PBIS and school climate, and we are allotting $250,000. And before I move on to the next goals 6 through 10, I just wanted to give a pause and see if any of our board members had any questions so far.
Certainly. Questions from board members? If oh yeah, please go ahead.
On the hold on, I got to turn my mic because you can't hear with the mask in this. on coaching and mentoring. This is for teachers and classified.
Yes, so the grant allows for both certificated and classified
Okay,
staff.
and it does not include management.
This grant affords to those who work with pupils at the school sites.
So you're saying so it would apply for just like principals?
So, yeah,
or-
principals, so anyone who works with students.
Okay.
Yes.
I had a question, if you could share a little bit more about the social emotional learning and trauma-informed practices.
Give me a second, please. So according to the state, number 4 is to implement social emotional learning, trauma-informed practices, suicide prevention, access to mental health services, and other approaches that improve the pupil well-being. And so it can also be used to train educators in identifying biases and racial trauma to help them understand and cope within themselves and support their students. And that is the guideline that the state shared.
So we'll be able to develop programs that'll tie into existing programs that we have. I'm thinking about, obviously, we have existing programs, obviously, working with our interns and all the social emotional support we're providing. So we'll be able to tie this into that.
Yes, and also I had mentioned at the beginning is that although we list this as part of our plan, it is adjustable. We do not have to get approval from the county. And so once it's approved by our board, we can just go ahead and submit it to the state. And so it is adjustable and we can revisit while we have this grant.
Okay. Dr. Miranda, did you want to add something or ask?
I was
On the
just
spot, sorry
gonna-
about that.
No problem. I was going to say that Mr. Antonio Castro is aware of this, and this money will be utilized very quickly because we can always improve what we have, although we believe it's a great system. And so we definitely want to enhance what we have, but there's some things that we believe we can add, so this money will definitely help us with that.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, please, Mr. Barr.
Okay, Doctor, could you please go to professional learning number 3, re-engaging students and accelerating learning. Now, I'm assuming that we're looking at K through 12 preparation for those grade levels. Number 1, could you expand a little bit on that particular learning number 3?
So this is an opportunity for us to send our staff to learn more about their practices as their roles with the students. And this includes conferences, attendance at conferences for both certificated and classified staff. What Colton targeted is just general information or general ideas that we collected from what we received from our members, which included both classified and certificated staff.
So is it going to align with our current curriculum as you take a look at other strategies and learning techniques and styles? Typically, is that as a secondary support for students, or is it going to align with the curriculum as we have it today?
It will continue to align with our curriculum, but also give our staff support in learning their professional roles with how they interact and what teaching strategies or learn more to improve their skills to teach our students.
So how are we going to determine which staff members attend and participate in these trainings?
We have not discussed that yet. Part of our, but I will.
So if I can jump in there on that, as we're beginning our DSDP plan for the district, one of those goals is to establish a professional learning committee. And so that committee will be working with the funds that we have moving forward with professional development to determine those items.
Okay, as far as determining which individuals will take part in this, and because I'm looking at the middle schools at this point. I know that we need to spread it along from K to 12. But our middle schools really need help. And, this reengaging students and helping them accelerate their learning in that area would be something that I think that we need to really take a look at as a district.
And I would just say to the board as well, that this is one part of an overall program that includes the LCAP, our Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant, and all of our ESSER funds. And so, which gives us a comprehensive way of supporting the entire system.
Yes, you touched, Dr. Peterson, you touched on part of my question. We have the DSDP plan, the DSDP goals, we have the LCAP, and now, we have this grant. So, will we see well, first of all, we're not bringing in new programs. This is all going to be enhancing what we have existing now in our DSDP and in our LCAP?
I wouldn't say we're not going to bring in any new programs, but for the majority of, yes, it is to enhance. This is specifically for professional learning. And so the majority of it will be to enhance what we're currently doing.
Okay, and the figures that you're showing us tonight, will they be easily identified in these different documents so that we can follow them and see where they're going?
Yes, there will. Because we will be allotting that in the template that's provided by the state so that we will have a clear path on what our district's intentions are. And Ms. Aragon, you mentioned something about having new programs, and that would be program Professional Learning number 8, and I'll share that with you too.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, Board Member Thorne, ahead, please.
I have a question about the coaching and mentoring piece. Is that, I imagine the design of what we're going to actually implement hasn't been set yet, but my question is this similar to when we had mentor teacher programs, so we have like a one-on-one with brand new people, or is this going to be open to anyone? And how would they be chosen to do that? Or is it going to be a group? Do you know what that will look like yet?
No, we don't, but as I mentioned at the beginning, this grant will be allotted to our certificate and classified staff, and so, but we haven't have a plan for that yet.
And then we'll possibly be doing our academies again like we used to?
Yes, that could be an option. Tonight I'm sharing all the ideas, and we only had a little bit of time because we were shared this news at the end of October, so we were able to get some general ideas and interests from our district staff. So this is what I'm sharing with you tonight. So, but nothing real specific in regards to how it is when we're moving forward on specific programs.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? All right, please.
So we left off at professional learning area number 6, which is inclusive practices, UDL, Universal Design for Learning. And this includes strategies to improve inclusive practices, best practices for early identification and development of specialized education programs for individuals with exceptional needs. And CJUSD members shared that they would like to focus on special education. Professional learning number 7 is the implementation of language acquisition programs. And this is building and strengthening the capacity to increase bilingual and biliterate proficiency. And our district will be targeting dual immersion, and anything related to dual immersion will include PD, conferences, and credentialing. Professional learning number 8, area number 8, is that new professional learning networks, and it's for educators not already engaged in an education-related PLN, professional learning network. And our district is targeting CTE credentialing GATE certification, IT-related certification, NISL for admins, admin clear credentialing, ethnic studies credentialing, teacher credentialing, classified certifications, various curriculum credentialing, and support for instructional aid authorization. Professional learning area number 9 is the incorporation of ethnic studies, and our district is choosing to target ethnic studies professional development, credentialing, and certificates. And the last area is professional learning area number 10, is the early childhood education and child development. And our district is targeting early childhood, preschool, and TK credentialing. Next slide. So the next steps for our district would be the approval of this block grant at the next board meeting on December the 16th, and the submission of our approved plan to the CDE before the deadline of December the 30th. And the allocation of the funds begins in January 2022 with 80% allocation. And next slide. And I'll pause again for any questions that you may have.
Question? Please, Ms. Adegin.
So these 10 areas of professional learning support, were these given to us by the state, and then we just plug those in, or did we come up with those? But did the committee come up with these 10?
Now, they were shared to us by the state, and the state also shared that we, districts do not have to hit on all 10 areas, but we as a district decided that we are going to use all 10 areas.
And your committee, who was part of it?
They were district and site leaders, and then we had certificated and classified staff represented.
No parents?
No.
Other questions? Yeah, please.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for your presentation. Gave us a lot of information. It's a great opportunity for Cone Joint Unified School District. And the separation of the 10 learning support for the professionals is pretty widespread and touches on a lot of different needs that we could really address in our district, particularly when we're looking at equity and moving forward in that area. As I take a look at it, for me, it looks like, you know, well, number one, I'd like to make sure that as we move forward and once this grant is approved, accepted down the road, is it our plan to have you as an individual oversee this whole grant and the implementation?
Yes, I will, as a director of school improvement and accountability, yes, as part of the educational service division.
And are there going to be any required state analysis on how we deliver and utilize this funding in each one of the areas we've addressed?
So the state, right now with all fundings, they require a quarterly report in regards to what has been used and how we've been used. So that's an accountability to the state that we have as a district.
And the way I'm looking at it is with these 10, these are 10 large areas. And you as an individual being just one person, is it going to be doable for you to oversee all
this? Yes. I
now
do
your
take
answer is yes.
yes, I do take my responsibility seriously as the director because there's an accountability in the usage of public funds, and so that's where the reporting is required by the state.
And the reason is, and I don't doubt you take your job seriously, but this is going to be above and beyond all the other duties you have. So now I would take my hat off to you, you know, because you're in for
Well, I'm
Interesting
excited
ride.
because this is going to bring a lot of good training to our staff and uplift them and be able to, you know, for them to be able to look at different areas and roles that they might want to serve in our district.
And just a last comment, once we do start to implement and everything goes well in that direction, I would suggest that we do not have a wholesale of individuals go to training at one time, particularly educators, because as it is, we're having difficulty with substitutes, number one, and to take our teachers away from our students on a regular basis in large quantities, is counterproductive. I see that as that. So I would just hope that the district would monitor the number of individuals going to trainings at one time.
And I
not-
agree,
not
Mr.
take a
Ibarra.
look at 20 or 30 going at one time.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Ibarra. And also, the beauty of this grant is that we have till 2026 to use the funds.
So we could spread the wealth.
Yes.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
If I can just mention something, Mr. Barrow, because I think you bring up some excellent points. And I want the board to know that in Ms. Arguin, Mr. Fuentes were part of the DSDP process in developing the strategic plan and the vision. Let me back up a little bit here. So this is really an alignment to the overall vision of the district. What the board is not yet preview to is the strategic plan. And we've identified recently professional learning as a starting point to make the transformative changes that we want to make in our district as it relates to equity, professionalism. We went through almost 2 years of identifying the needs of the district, the areas where we can focus on based on the 9 building blocks the board's familiar with. So this is an excellent opportunity to use these funds that the state's providing to build the professional learning support systems in our district. And so it's going to be, Dr. Cervantes is not going to be solely responsible for management because, as Dr. Peterson said, we are going to develop a professional learning development team who's going to oversee the overall district. We're going to develop a plan and so that we be thoughtful, methodical, and strategic of the implementation of all this. And in terms of the money, the budget, that's under her, under her as a directorship. But there's a lot of alignment here in overall what we're going to be bringing to the board. And so soon when it comes to the actual plan, and so this is a great, I would say, well, it's a great opportunity, as I mentioned earlier. So there's a lot of people involved in this process. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be overseeing the implementation of all these activities. We're going to have an advisory team and then who will be overseeing the implementation of the professional learning in our district. So it's not going to fall on one person. It's going to be a team effort. So it's very exciting. And we're going to use these funds as an opportunity to move forward and to fund some of these very important items here. And it's if we can build the capacity, the professional learning of our district, our certificate and classified folks, the teaching and learning will improve. I think that at the end of the day, that's the ultimate goal, is so to support what's happening in the classroom. And that's ultimately where this all leads to. All roads lead to not Rome, but they lead to the classroom and what's happening there. And that's our focus. So just wanted to say that because that's the vision, the overall vision of what we have. And we have the plan, so this is going to support that. Okay, sorry, Dr. Cervantes.
Appreciate that, Dr. Miranda. Any other comments or questions from board members? I presume once we get the report, it'll have more detail on terms of how the funds are going to be spent, and that'll be helpful to see. But it's an opportunity it's rare to have additional funds come into the district. These funds are restricted. Restricted funds can only be used for particular purposes. So it's something to keep in mind. Some folks, it helps to make that clear to folks because not the money that comes in, even though it's certain amounts of money has to be used for specific things. So anyway, and 5.3 million in a district as large as ours will help, but it's not a tremendous amount of money given the number of students in need that we have, but it certainly will go a long way. Yeah. All right. Thanks so much. Appreciate that. That's it for item 6.1. Unless folks have any other questions or comments. All right. Well, we're going to stick with ed services, so we can go to 6.2, which is our student assessments. Dr. Peterson, would you like to go ahead and kick us off?
Sure. So my entire division wanted to present tonight. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Syed Haider to start us off, our director of PK6, to start off our data review.
Good evening, Board President Flores, Board members, Superintendent Miranda, and members of audience. I'm Syed Haider, Director of Elementary Education, and I'm joined here by Ms. Robin Urquhart, Dr. Kyla Jimenez, Dr. Eric Mooney, and Mr. Gil Diaz. We will be sharing with you some of the results of assessment our students took earlier this school year. Next slide, please. We will start with the elementary data. As we present the assessment scores, we will be sharing with you some information about the actual assessment platforms, as some of these platforms are a little different from each other, and some of them are new to our district. We will start with the elementary reading. I would like to invite our elementary assessment coordinator, Ms. Robin Urquhart, to share the DIBELS data for kindergarten and first grade.
Good evening. I'm going to be presenting on the DIBELS assessment. Next slide, please. Thank you. DIBELS stands for Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy Skills. It consists of several short tests to assess literacy. These include phonemic awareness, which is an auditory ability to identify and manipulate sounds in words. Alphabetic principle, that's the letter naming and sounds. Decoding, using sounds to correctly pronounce words. And fluency and accuracy, reading with speed and expression and accuracy. This assessment provides information about each individual student's strengths and weaknesses, which helps teachers to differentiate instruction based on each student's need. Next slide, please. The slide in front of you shows the data for kindergarten scores from the beginning of the year for the last 3 years. Scores are provided in 4 categories, with green and blue being at or above benchmark, and yellow and red being below benchmark. This assessment is always administered one-on-one, with the added component of online testing during the last school year. We see the challenges faced with our incoming students this year. The trend has been documented across the nation. The kindergarten students arrived with more deficits from the effects of the COVID pandemic, with lack of preschool and the challenges of online learning. The assessment showed that their needs are consistent across all 4 domains tested at the kindergarten level. Phonemic awareness, letter names and sounds, and decoding were all needs. Next slide, please. The DIBELS data for first grade shows similar challenges at the beginning of this year. It is important to remember that these students are physically attending school for the first time this year. They are learning how to be a student in a classroom setting, as well as learning academics. Analyzing the domains of this assessment, we find 29% of our students are proficient in letter naming fluency, while only 17% are proficient in phonemic awareness. This guides our teachers in making decisions about instructional strategies to build these key areas which are needed for success. Now that we've looked at DIBELS data, I'd like to introduce Mr. Gil Diaz to discuss assessment results for our dual immersion students.
Good evening. Mirroring our primary DIBELS assessment, our dual immersion kinder through second grade students are administered the Indicadores Dinámicos del Éxito en la Lectura, aka IDEL, which is the Spanish equivalent to DIBELS. These assessments are a set of research-based procedures and measures for assessing and the acquisition of early literacy skills from kindergarten through second grade for students learning the Spanish language. Teachers can use the IDEL data to personalize learning to match students' early literacy needs in Spanish, identify students who need additional support for early reading skills in Spanish, excuse me, and also recognize students who are making progress. IDEL is used as a formative assessment so that teachers can adjust their teaching of the Spanish language throughout the school year. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see the beginning of the year results for our dual immersion kinder through second grade students. Please note that the first column indicates all 3 of our DI kinder schools, and the second and third columns reflect our first and second grade, excuse me, dual immersion students or classes from Grimes. I do want to highlight, though, the second grade where you can clearly see that 49% of the students started at benchmark. This data supports the high achieving results of our dual program, of our dual immersion program. Now, Dr. Haida will continue with iReady.
Board members, as you all know, iReady is a computer-based program. The 2 main features of this program are diagnostic assessment and instructional support. The diagnostic assessments are adaptive, which means the assessment becomes more difficult if the students perform at a higher level, and it gets easier if a student is making mistakes. This allows the program to accurately determine a student's performance level, and that information is used to design individualized instructional support for the student. Assessments are available for both reading and math. That diagnostic assessments, which are given 3 times a year, also provide teachers valuable data on students' strengths and weaknesses, which teachers use to adjust their instructional strategies. Next slide, please. On this graph, you see the results of the reading diagnostic that our students took in August. The green means students are on or above grade level. Yellow means that they are approaching grade level. And the red, of course, means they are below grade level. I just want to make a note here. These assessments were taken on the 3rd week of school, so many of our students had not received any in-person instruction for almost a year and a half when they took these assessments. If you look closely at the graph, you will see the average performance is 60% on grade level, and it is fairly even across grade levels. You may have noticed a very high band of approaching level in 1st grade. And one of the likely reason for this is because in 1st grade, the possible gap is not as large as it can be in 5th or 6th grade. Also, another thing to note here is the 1st grade has the lowest percentage of on-grade level students because, as you know, most of these students have never attended in-person school before. Next slide, please. This graph shows the reading scores by specific subgroups. If you look at the last bar, you will notice all students' percentage on or above grade level is 16%. It is almost the same for our African American and Hispanic subgroup. It is significantly lower for English learners and our special ed students. Next slide, please. This chart shows the results over the last 3 years. In 2019, only 5 of our schools participated in iReady, and last year the testing was done at home due to distance learning. iReady does not recommend taking this test at home because there are too many variables that can impact student performance. If we compare the result of this year versus 2019, we see a decline in student performance, and that is fairly consistent all over the nation. Next slide, please. Now I will share with you some elementary math data. In math, the average for all grade level is 5% on or above grade level. This is significantly lower than reading. Lower math score is something we also see in CASP and is similar in other districts in California. However, I'm optimistic we will see significant growth as students spend more time in person with their teachers in the classroom. Next slide, please. As we look at the math results by subgroup, we can see the results have a similar pattern to reading. Of course, the overall achievement level is significantly lower than reading. Next slide, please. And here is the cross-sectional math data. Again, the pattern is similar to reading. It shows a decline from 2019 to 2021, with the overall achievement level being lower than reading. Next slide, please. Now I will share with you some instructional strategies and interventions we are implementing to support our students and our teachers. You probably are familiar with this pyramid model of intervention. Our goal is to have majority of the students in Tier 1, and we want school sites to focus on the first best instruction. Tier 2 is primarily for 10 to 15% of the students who may need some extra support. And finally, Tier 3 is for special ed students and other students with special need. Next slide, please. So here are some instructional strategies and intervention that are being used in all the 18 schools. I will not read all of these, but I do want to highlight a few specific strategies. Next slide, please. One thing we are implementing more strongly this year is consistent data reflection and teacher collaboration to improve student outcomes. Teachers are using the iReady data to design specific interventions and adjust instruction to ensure students are demonstrating growth. Right now, starting last week, our students are completing their second diagnostic assessment on iReady, and teachers have already begun analyzing the data to review student progress. At this point, the reading assessment is mostly complete, and I'm happy to report we are noticing close to 50% growth in most schools in our district. Additionally, iReady also provides an individualized learning path for students. This helps teachers deliver differentiated instruction that helps our students. In Tier 2, our students are receiving support from TOAs in small group. Additionally, we are planning to continue with summer school and other intercession for the students who need support. I will now hand over to Dr. Mooney for the secondary scores.
Thank you, Dr. Hyder, and good evening. Dr. Jimenez and I will cover the secondary assessment with the next set of slides. Prior to Dr. Jimenez walking you through the fall assessment results, I'm going to provide you with an overview of the assessment since it is new. Next slide, please. The fall assessment was the first time Colton Joint middle schools, high schools, alternative, and continuation schools administered the NWEA, which stands for Northwest Evaluation Association, MAP, which also stands for Measurement of Academic Progress Growth Assessment. The road to this assessment was a 2-year process through the Secondary Curriculum Council Assessment Audit Subcommittee. Prior to the pandemic, the assessment audit team met with the goals of reducing duplicative assessments, gaining back instructional time, adopting a consistent assessment measure across secondary schools, and improving our own assessment literacy. Next slide, please. Through that collaboration, the council, per the committee's recommendation, searched for a test that would be timely and provide actionable information for teachers, align to the content standards and frameworks, would be equitable for all students, would have a reliable assessment platform, and be a part of an aligned system that served multiple purposes. Next slide, please. As we navigated the pandemic and are still navigating the pandemic, and prepared for in-person instruction, we understood that the challenge would consist of constantly knowing where all of our students are academically and how we can best maximize growth for all students. Next slide. The 4 tenets of the MAP assessments are: first, it is adaptive. That simply means that if a student answers a question correctly, the next question will increase in difficulty. If they answer a question incorrectly, the next question decreases in difficulty. This test is not about mastery, it's about growth. Which brings me to the next tenet of the assessment, the RIT scale. The RIT scale as a growth measure. The math growth uses a scale called RIT to measure student achievement and growth. RIT stands for RASH unit and is a measurement scale developed to simplify the interpretation of test scores. It is an equal interval scale like feet and inches on a ruler. So scores can be added together to calculate accurate class or school averages. This data is also normative data. So the Northwest Evaluation Association provides partnering districts with national data every 3 years. This data is broken down into time periods, the beginning, the middle, and the end of the year. And this aligns with our district administration timeline. And lastly, instructional readiness. This assessment provides information about the instructional levels of each of our students. Basically, what we say is where they're ready to learn. Now I would like to have Dr. Jimenez walk you through our data.
Good evening. Next slide, please. Next slide, too. Good evening. Last April, all 7th, 8th, and 11th grade students remotely took the California Assessment of Student Performance Progress, named CASP, in English Language Arts and Math. The first column in the bar graph on the right shows how our students performed overall in English Language Arts. Scores are provided in 4 different categories. Blue means the percentage of students that exceeded standards. Green indicates the students that met standards. Yellow, nearly met, and red did not meet. For example, 35.9% of our students that took the CAS met or exceeded standards in English Language Arts last spring. In September, all 7th through 12th grade students took the measurement of academic progress, MAPS, in reading, language, and mathematics. The results from MAPS enable us to make predictions of the projected proficiency of how our students will do on the 2022 CAS test. The second column shows how MAPS projected proficiency in ELA is for Colton Joint Unified for fall of 2022. The last bar graph compares last year's CAF score to our MAPS scores. Currently, we are seeing a projected decline in the number of students scoring in the did not meet category. The difference between met and exceeded standards is less than 0.3%. The table on the left shows how each site's MAPS projected proficiency is in ELA. When comparing to last year's scores and results we are seeing, there's an increased number of students in the met and exceeded for all 4 middle schools and a decrease in the did not met category for all 4 of our middle schools. Next slide, please. This graph shows the ELA projected proficiency by specific student groups in 7th, 8th, and 11th grades. If you look at the first bar, you will notice what all our students are performing currently in this projection. Currently, we have 36.2 that are meeting standards, while our African American student group is performing higher at 38.3%, and our Hispanic is slightly lower at 32.3%. Next slide, please. The bar graph on the left shows the comparison of 7th grade 2021 CAS score in ELA and the fall's MAPS projected proficiency. There is currently a projected 1% decrease in the number of students that did not meet standard from last spring. The table on the right shows how each of our school's 7th grade students scored in the fall MAPS assessment. Next slide. The bar graph on the left shows the comparison of our 8th grade 2021 CAS score in ELA and fall's MAP projected proficiency. 8th grade is currently showing the biggest gain in projected proficiency with over 4% more students scoring in the met and exceeded category. The table on the right shows how our school's 8th grade students scored in the fall MAPS assessment, with Colton Middle and Ruth O'Harris are showing the biggest gains of approximately 37% meeting or exceeding standards. Next slide. Since we did not give the CAS in 9th and 10th grade, the next two slides will show how our students are performing in the 4 bands when compared to the national normed outcomes. The bar graph on the left shows how all our 9th grade students performed in the ELA MAPS assessment. Currently, 49% of our students are scoring at or above grade level. The table on the right shows how our 9th grade performed at each of our high schools. Next slide. This slide shows how our 10th graders are performing with approximately 45% scoring at or above grade level. The table shows how our 8th, 10th grade students at each of the high schools are currently performing. Next slide. Like the 7th and 8th grade slide, this slide shows the comparison of our 11th grade CAS 2021 scores with the projected proficiency of our fall MAPS assessment. Although when comparing our CAS scores to the fall MAPS assessment, there is an increase in the number of 11th graders scoring in the nearly met and not met category. And next we're going on to mathematics. Next slide, please. And again, next slide. Thank you. As anticipated, we saw a decline in math scores. The bar graph on the right shows a comparison of the 2021 math CAS scores for all 7th, 8th, and 11th grade students to the MAPS math projected proficiency. This trend has been seen across California in the data collected both nationally from NWA MAPS Growth Report. The table on the right gives a breakdown by performance band and the table on the left by school. Currently, we're seeing almost 11% of our students meeting or exceeding standards. Next slide. This graph shows the projected proficiency for our 7th, 8th, and 11th grade students by student group. Both our African American Hispanic students are performing similar to the all student group. Next slide. As we look at the 7th grade 2021 CAS and math projected proficiency in mathematics, we see a similar decline as the total student population, with 13% of our 7th graders meeting or exceeding standards. When looking at the area breakdown, it comes in 4 categories: geometry, operations and algebraic thinking, statistics, probability, and real and complex numbers. Our 7th graders' area of strength is real and complex numbers. Next slide, please. This data shows a comparison for our 8th grade students. When comparing the CAS and the projected math proficiency, there's approximately a 1% decrease in the number of 8th grade students that did not meet standards. Like the 7th grade students, real and complex numbers is an area of strength. However, statistics and probability is an area of growth for our 8th grade students. Next slide. Like with the English language arts, we do not have CAS in mathematics for 9th and 10th graders. This slide shows a graph of how our 9th graders are currently performing in comparison to a nationally normed average, and the table showing the breakdown by school site. Currently, 36% of our 9th graders are scoring at or above the national average, with real and complex numbers being an area of strength also for our 9th grade students. Next slide. Our 10th grade students are scoring similarly to the 9th grade students, with almost 36% scoring at or above grade level normed average. However, operation and algebraic thinking is an area of strength for our 10th graders. Next slide. As with each grade level, 11th grade also shows the number of students at or above the projected proficiency level declining in comparison to last year's CAS results. Operations and algebraic thinking and real and complex numbers are the 2 areas of strength for our 11th grade students. Now I would like to have Dr. Mooney will continue with our instructional strategies for our secondary students.
Thank you, Dr. Jimenez. And similar to elementary, secondary school sites have implemented several strategies and interventions to support our students based on their overall performance. I'm just going to highlight a few. Next slide, please. On this slide, I highlighted a few new additions, such as the quarterly data reflections, where Dr. Jimenez and I visit sites and meet with the leadership teams to discuss the success and challenges of their implementation of strategies and interventions. We also have added paper tutoring from grades 3-12, as well as an individualized learning path for students in grades 7-12 based on their MAPS assessment for reading and for mathematics. One significant change that is also part of our quarterly data reflections are the site common units as well as of instruction as well as the assessments. This was once a district assessment that we used to give district common assessments and district benchmarks. That is now back to the sites where they are also using this information to help drive instruction and differentiation with their teaching, with the teachers with the teaching. So this is actually, oh, there's one other that I highlighted on here, I'm sorry, that I forgot to put in my notes, and that's the Alex. It's not actually a new addition. It's something that we've been doing for a couple of years now. We piloted over the summer, and we've seen great success with that in our intervention class for math and students that have taken that program and improving their scores on their assessments. So this concludes the secondary part of the presentation, as well as the presentation. Are there any questions that we may answer?
Questions from board members? Please, Board Member Harrell.
I just have a question. I like the addition of the paper code, the 24/7 tutoring, but how are we letting students and parents know that this option is available? I know it's on the website because I've seen it there, but I mean, not everybody goes to the website. So how else are we letting people know that this tutoring option is available?
Yeah, so we also have done signage at all of our all of our secondary schools. I think elementary as well. We have signs in both English and Spanish around these options, around the paper tutoring that's available. We at the secondary level, we're doing an academic challenge that you may be aware of, that we are really pushing and supporting the use of the online tutoring. And we did signage for all of our classrooms. So the print shop made poster signage for all of our classrooms. And of course, our teachers are our front line of information for our students. And they've been sharing that information as well to our students and the families when they have an opportunity to.
I think it's a valuable asset so that we need to keep, I mean, it shouldn't just be told, like one time. I think it needs to be repeated, especially the students who need help. And also, I just think I'm glad that we're doing everything we possibly can. My other question is for the elementary. Can't read my own notes. The TOA small group individual. How are we approaching that right now, and how are we handling it, and how effective is it? Because of the fact that we know there's a nationwide shortage of teachers, and we know California there's a shortage, and we know Colton there's a shortage. So we're having to pull TOAs into the classroom at times, and we need to. So how are these students' needs being met when these TOAs are having to go into the classroom?
Yeah, that you make a really good point. Like, we are heavily impacted by the shortage of substitutes, and unfortunately, many of the times our TOAs are getting pulled to go and teach in the classroom. So, but I think things are improving because we get calls in the district office to send our CPSs to the classroom. But I think things are getting slightly better now, so I'm very hopeful. So TOAs are only, of course, able to provide this intervention when they're available, if they're not subbing in a classroom. But I think that has increased significantly in the school sites. But students are also getting intervention through iReady, because based on the diagnostic assessment the students take, it puts them on a path. So they are getting, all students, they are supposed to do iReady for 45 minutes for ELA and 45 minutes for math. And this intervention exactly happens at their level. Even our SDC students, I'm looking at the results, have shown tremendous growth through this program. Additionally, of course, our schools, as you may know that our school started, some schools started already 4 years ago and some schools just started this year. So schools are at different level of expertise, but many schools, the teachers are assigning specific tasks. So if they are doing some kind of reading or vocabulary, they may assign the students who are struggling a task ahead of time so that when the teacher is delivering this lesson, the students are ready and they have received some scaffolding. So there are a variety of ways teachers are trying to address the gap.
But do you feel that iReady is, it's not filling the gap of an actual teacher, TOA, working with those students?
Absolutely. I'm hopeful that the substitute situation will improve and then they'll be able to provide more support directly to the, and Ms. Haro, you're like stating a real important thing because when we saw the initial results in August, like our heart sank, but I have an inkling that this will change quickly. And as I mentioned, we already have almost the whole result for ELA. We are seeing significant growth, like, we started at a very low level, but we are seeing significant growth in less than 12 weeks. So that's all credit to our teachers and their hard work.
And so that we brought up the point about the subs. I guess my question then, not to differ from your presentation, but Mr. Garcia, are we showing our sub pool, is it growing so that programs like this can thrive instead of pulling teachers or TOAs out to teach or administrators to teach? Because I know some of our district office has been in teaching. So is that improving as far as getting the subs?
Yes, overall, our substitute, I should say our unfilled rate for substitutes or teachers in the classroom is decreasing overall. We do have our spikes, long weekends, 3-day weekends. We do see large spikes still, but overall the trend is down in terms of unfilled subs. So we are getting better. Our substitute incentives that we've recently employed are having a positive impact.
Okay. So our
Yeah.
substitute, you would say our substitute pool is growing what, 10%, 20%?
It's a good question. I can follow up on a board communique that. So we do have data on that. We are tracking it. We are tracking the unfilled rate by the day, and I can share a bar graph with you to share what that looks like. But
Okay, great.
in
Thank
terms
you.
of a guess, I would hate to guess and guess incorrectly, but it's substantial and overall substantially, I'll say.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Other questions? Please, Board Member Adagin. Oh, never mind.
Thank you. Oh, gosh, where do I start? I'm going to start by saying thank you to your department, Dr. Peterson, because to compile all this data and to put it in a way where we can all understand it and interpret it is, I know, the tremendous amount of work that went into it. So I thank you. Thank you so much for your hard work. Of course, we all want to get rid of the red. There's a lot of red in there that troubles us when we see this. We can, but this is where we're at. And bottom line, this is where we're at. We can make excuses or we can say, well, it was COVID. Well, yes, there was a lot of factors that went into play to give us these results. But what we can do now is this is where we're at. Let's move forward and make sure that our students receive the best instruction, especially in the tier 1, where is the first instruction that kids receive in the classroom, and just move from there. Also, identify our kiddos that are struggling in the below average, below basic, and target them and get them as early as possible. So, I appreciate the tiers that are listed here. When I'm looking at the tier 1 and you were talking about small groups and and differentiated instruction, my question is, wow, this is a huge task for elementary teachers in a one day. And I just wonder, what does the daily schedule look for these students in every grade level to make sure that, of course, they're not going to do all of these strategies at one point, but it's quite a task that teachers have to make sure that that differentiated instruction happens every day, and they meet with groups. So, um,
Yeah, that's another great point, and that was one of the things that we are highlighting this year. It is a challenge, especially when you have a class of 30 students, and now with all the restrictions because of COVID. But I feel that we are seeing more small groups in many classrooms that I visited. So what our teachers did when they looked at the data from the first diagnostic, we looked at all the reds and then identified like a group of students who have similar characteristics. And then they collaborated with their grade level teams on a specific day after the diagnostic, and they came up with some strategies. Like it could be like they're working with their students on phonemic awareness, and they just pull these kids on 15-20 minutes on a back table. And while this is happening, the good thing is that the other students are doing their iReady minutes, so they're not like not doing any meaningful work. They're doing their iReady minutes, or they're doing independent activities like writing and other things. And this time, after our second diagnostic, we are actually asking teachers to see which of those students have made growth. So we are identifying like a student, maybe I was looking at the data with Curriculum Council. I was sharing the data with the Curriculum Council teachers, and I looked at the data in an SDC class. Some of those kids, they are fourth grade students. They started in kindergarten level, but they went up one whole grade level in 12 weeks. And one kid went 2 grade levels up. So things are, I'm hopeful. I'm not saying that we are there. We are like, we have reached the peak. We have a long way to go, but I think we are in a good trajectory, and teachers are aware. And I also want to announce we are thinking of piloting a specific reading program that's designed to address the needs of older, like not older, meaning third through fifth grade students. They don't usually get the direct phonics instruction. May have missed, they have little gaps. So teachers will pull them and work with a specific program so that they get the missing phonics instruction that they missed when they were in the lower grade level.
thank you for sharing that. And I think that now more than ever, teacher collaboration, and allowing teachers to meet, to collaborate and discuss and talk students, talk data is so important. And if there's anything we can do to ensure that happens, I think, if one thing that I did participating in DSDP, something sticks to my mind is that they say professional development and collaboration is the key indicator of student performance, period. So if we ensure that teachers have that time to be able to talk students and talk strategies, I think that's a sure way to have our students succeed.
And Ms. Argin, this is a topic to my heart. Sorry, I'm maybe taking too much time answering questions. I want to add another thing that we are doing that's outside the box. Like we are thinking, because we don't have subs, we are not able to give teachers time to meet on their own because there is no way we can pull. But what we are doing, under direction of Dr. Cervantes and with the blessing of our Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Peterson, we have a program called Kicks to Learn. You may have heard of them. So they are actually going to schools and they are taking the kids for 45 minutes or an hour and doing different kind of activities while they are working with the kids on social emotional learning, leadership building skills. Teachers are able to meet in small groups and have more collaboration time. So this is giving teachers extra collaboration time to look at data and come up with other additional instructional strategies.
Yes, thank you very much. And the data that I looked at in the dual immersion program, you can see that they're outperforming a lot of, the other grades. I'm wondering if this is the time, I'm thinking, yeah, that it is the time to look at TK. It seems like to be like a natural progression to look at our TK students and start thinking about the bringing in the dual immersion. It's already there in the kindergarten classes, so the natural progression is, let's start them in TK because we're seeing success. So why not start, there. So I don't know. I know there's a board policy that we're approving tonight on TK. I don't know if we have to bring it back. I don't know if it's, we have to change policy, whatever you have to do to support this. I would say, for myself.
So, Ms. Ettinger, if I may, I am part of the TK task force that Dr. Hyder has put together, and we are looking at that discussion at this point because we know and we have the results of our dual program. So we are very pleased to say that we have representation on that task force, and we are having those conversations. So we'll bring that back to the board.
That's good to hear. That's
Yes,
good to hear.
thank you.
And I'm sorry I'm taking so much time, but I just love this topic. I mean, we're looking at, our student data and performance. So to me, it's my passion. So in secondary, are we, as far as the tiers, are we looking, I didn't see it on here, but I'm sure it's happening, placement of students when they come from from elementary to middle to high school, to ensure that they enroll in honors classes and in AP classes and higher level classes.
Yes, we actually just had a meeting with counselors today where I had my curriculum program specialist for mathematics and ELA go over the placement procedures and the data that we will be looking at in the process that we'll be following. We also have placed that on our intranet, and we can share that information with the board. We have a very thorough process with our flow charts that is also available for mathematics by law to our families where they can view the placement procedures for mathematics and what we use. But we do have that availability for our counselors to have that information from our CPSs where we compile that data for them and look at our ninth graders who are coming from the middle schools and our sixth graders who are coming from elementary.
Thank you. And summer school, I know this is the time when you start planning summer school. I think in January you bring it to the board for approval. And I think this is another opportunity to bring enrichment, remedial too, but enrichment courses. So,
Yes, that's something that we have been able to do for the past couple of years, and we want to continue that as well.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. And I'm looking forward to seeing the second diagnostic assessments and to see some, positive improvement. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, please, Board Member Barr.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking each and every one of you for your presentation. Like my colleague said, very informative, a lot of information to take in, but it kind of gives us a snapshot of where we're actually at this particular point in time. So thank you for that. Just to add to what my colleague Pat Harrell was talking about on the 24/7 tutoring, if there's a possibility of us adding that to our marquees, because I think it's a key thing that the parents, they always look at the marquees as they drive by, they're at a stop sign. This would be something that I think that would really catch their eye and then look for more information from there. Because, as a parent too, at one time, when my kids were young, we're always looking for help. And that's a big thing. Second, thank you for sharing the 3 tiers at all the levels. My concern here, first of all, I had several concerns, but one that I want to address is the math. And math is a key element, as we all know, for any student's future. And I know that at one time, and Pat was part of this with me, that we got together and we worked together with the high school math teachers and the middle school, and we collaborated and we would have meetings. And we're talking about like 10 years ago, where they could start structuring the middle school math curriculum as it aligns with the math with the high schools. So as you're talking about collaboration, I really would see it being beneficial, just my personal opinion, to get the elementary, 4th, 5th, and 6th to meet with the middle school and the middle school to meet with the high school so that there's an alignment and a preparation for our students as they go through those grade levels. And it might be something you might want to consider. I don't know if you've thought about it, discussed it, but for us to at least attempt to utilize the knowledge of our teachers, see what they're looking at the early stages of our students' grades, and see if we could pinpoint what will work, and to not only just do it for, say Colon schools and but to do it for Grand Terrace schools and Bloomington schools too, to get everybody to buy in, so that maybe we can figure out how we could up those scores. And to me, I like going to the source, and there's no better source than our teachers in this particular case. So something that I think that might be helpful, I would implement it if it was in a position to do that. So, and of course, as you collaborate, let me go back, also with our language arts, that could be something that we could also take a look at and see if that's feasible there as well. And I think that's what I have. I just wanted to share those ideas. And it was something that uh, I, that I know that Mrs. Birch at Cone High School really loved. And we brought in middle school math, and I mean, we had a really good group, huh, Pat? Yeah, me and Pat participated in helping organize that. And for a period of time, the math scores were up. And it was because they were working together at that time. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Board Member Thorn Ojeda?
My questions probably are pretty much from Dr. Hyder. When I was listening and I heard about, and I knew this, but I hadn't actually heard it, a teacher giving the Dibbles assessment online. I'm going, how did they do that? I've done that test, and I don't understand how they can do that. But the important thing that I'm concerned with, and I'm kind of in line with Mrs. Adegin, small group instruction is the way to go, because there's kids, we look at the results from having been in school for a year and a half, and they're dismal results. And we have a lot of catch up to try and do, which we all know. When we look at the grant that we just had, it's on the agenda. When we talk about mentoring and coaching and professional development, I'm encouraged to see that we're putting more emphasis on classified. And I don't know how many classified we actually have in numbers in classrooms that could do that, because although it's wonderful to have a TOA at a school or two, it's just not enough. And I'm hoping that somehow when the committee's together building that program, that we'll figure out a way to use our instructional aides to the utmost to meet with these kids and teach. I know the TOAs have had special training. I would like to see all of our teachers benefit from all that special training, so that they'd be able to take that Dibble data and use it in their classroom and have a group mentoring session where they can find different strategies that they could use in the classroom, so that they can pull the kids for small groups while the kids are doing other activities. We have a lot of work to do, and we've done the best we can do, and we're the same across the United States. But that's really important that we, especially in K1 and 2, we got it. These kids, there's no do-over, as I've said it before. And I'm hoping that, that we'll be able to figure out a way to make the best use of our resources that we have, and give every classified employee every bit of training that we can possibly give them to help assist those kids and the teachers in the classroom.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Thorn Ojeda. Board Member Fuentes?
Thank you, Board President. I think this is on, right? Yes. First of all, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. That's very well done. The graphs, the benchmarks, and all of that. And I wanted to say some of the things that my colleagues have already said. The 24/7 paper tutoring. I think we need to get it out there more. We need to let parents know that it's available. I have a daughter who's a sophomore at Bloomington High School, and I'm always on her. Mija, have you used it? Mija, have you used it? And maybe I'm just one of the parents that does that, but I always, and I have parents that'll call me, oh, Mr. Fuentes, I need something. I go, paper, there's paper. Go on our website, you can find it, and it's available in Espanol, it's available in English. I mean, it's available. So I think what we need to do is get it out there a little more, and I agree with my colleagues. Also, one of the other things that Ms. Arguin brought up was bringing dual immersion to TK. Mr. Diaz knows that I'm a fan. Dual immersion, both my daughters were in dual immersion at Grimes Elementary. They continued on to Joe Baca Middle. The only thing that my concern is, have we done anything for high schools for dual immersion? My daughter, who is now a sophomore at Bloomington High School, she says, Dad, Spanish is cool, but it's not like it was when I was in dual immersion, where I was challenged to do certain things. And even though I'm glad they're biliterate, they're bilingual, they read it, they write it, they speak it. They're not afraid to have conversations, and I thank the district for that, and I thank the teachers for that were part of the dual immersion. But like one of my daughters who graduated last year, she's like, Dad, I wish we were challenged a little more when we were in high school for that. But that's something to think about. The other thing is I'm looking at the IDEL or or whatever it is, the program. Does it only go to second grade? Because that's all I see here on the graph, Mr. Diaz.
So it does not, it goes through the other grades, but we're looking at when we're teaching Spanish versus when we're teaching English. So as our 90-10 model grows to a 50-50 model, we start looking at how we're also, progressing in English. So in third grade and above, the language starts speaking, the Spanish starts in history, social science, science, mathematics. So the English language arts kicks in. So IDEL would not be appropriate at that time.
So there is something we can measure. Maybe at the next report that you guys bring us, I'd like to see something for like our fourth graders, third graders, fourth graders.
Absolutely, and we are
middle
looking at that,
school.
yes.
So I can see how dual immersion is working there. Like I said, I'm a big fan of dual immersion.
Thank you.
As I see the report here, it goes from kinder to second grade, and I can see that they're moving up, and the benchmark is good. So you see less of the well below benchmark, and it's growing as they move up. So I commend you for that, and your teachers and your team for that too. But I like to see reports on our other students too, see how they are accessing the dual immersion program. And I know we got a couple brand new schools this year that are taking over the dual immersion, and so I'm excited, and I can't wait till we add more dual immersion schools to our district.
Absolutely.
And it should be success for our district. So.
And just a reminder, we'll be actually assessing the Spanish part. We'll be administering the California Spanish assessment starting this year.
Okay.
So that will be looking at our fourth and up.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And if I may, I'd like to address something that was stated about PaperCo. At all of our parent meetings, we've actually not only presented PaperCo, but we've actually partnered with that company, and they have come in and done presentation to our parents. And we've had anywhere between 50 to 150 parents attend these meetings. So we're continually, promoting that through our parent networks.
That's right. I missed the last VLAC meeting, so thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, comments? I'll be brief. I do have a couple of questions, but you brought up a great point, Board Member Fuentes, with respect to our dual immersion students. This is a trend that we've seen in the past. The data will probably show it again, is we do see those scores dip a little bit in that second, maybe third grade. But what we see in fifth and sixth is they actually score higher than their counterparts who are not in dual immersion. And we've talked about it, and there's certainly some theories about how that is an advantage to them in the process, in the way that they think, cognitively. So, and we see it both in ELA and math, if I'm not mistaken. So it's an interesting chart that we see. Anyway, and hopefully that'll continue. There's no question, you've heard it, there's work to be done. I don't think it surprises anyone in this room that distance learning was not the most effective approach for the vast majority of our students. So this is the catch-up year. What I didn't see broken out in the data and the statistics were EL. We usually do that. I don't know if we are tracking their progress and success. I think it's critical and important, just as we do special ed or break it down by our the ethnicities. Do you have any general sense, Mr. Diaz, about how they're performing? Is it on par with the other students? Are we seeing more or less? Okay.
So with our new assessment with the NWEA MAPS assessment, we will be able to do that once we have our information put into a dashboard system from our SIS. So we're uploading all of our data Currently, right now, on their individual platform, it doesn't allow us to disaggregate the ELs, but once we actually bring it to our dashboard platform, Forecast 5 or 5 Lab, we'll be able to disaggregate and bring out that data for our ELs as well. It's
Okay.
bad.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And is that the same for special education as well, or?
Yes,
Okay,
for
because
special
those populations are important to us. We've had lots of conversations as a board, how critical those are. The other comment slash question is, I agree that I think we'll see a sharp increase, a sharp improvement as students are back in the classroom. There's a bit of normalization going on there, and they'll jump up quickly. My concern, and I think my colleagues probably feel the same way, is those who get left behind, and making sure that we have proper interventions to address those students. I'd like to know who they are, particularly if they're certain categories of students, and how do we have interventions to make sure that those folks don't get left behind? And are we going to be able to track the successful strategies? We're implementing a lot of strategies at the various tiers. Inevitably, some are going to be really effective, some are going to be less effective. And if those that are really effective are working, can we shift resources to those and again target those students that are not catching up, I should say, not necessarily being left behind, but not catching up at the rate of the other students? Is that something that we'll be able to do?
So I'll address the elementary part. So that's what we are making an effort to do. So when teachers are looking at the data, they are focusing on the students who are red and identifying even students who are low in the red category, because even in the red, there are some who are like very close to achieving grade level or at least not below 2 grade level. So not only are these students getting supported by TOAs, the teachers, when they are pulling the students in small group, they are also pulling these students, and that's what, when they collaborate, they're deciding what kind of strategies can we agree on and focus on. What do these students need? Is there a gap in their phonics, or is there a gap in their phonemic awareness or vocabulary, whatever skill it is they identify, and they are consistently providing that intervention 15, 20 minutes every day. And so we are making this a priority for our teachers, for our principals, to make sure that this is happening in all the classroom. And the other program that we are using, Phonics for Reading, that's also will address the needs of our students who are falling behind. And teachers are also looking at who are these students EL, or are they special education students, so that we are keeping track of who are the kids who are falling behind and how we are addressing the need. And the great thing with iReady is that it breaks down the data, and we can actually see, like sometimes when you look at the overall data, you may not see that, oh, the green just changed from 10% to 14%. But within that specific student, for each student, a teacher can see how much they grew or how much they did not grow. And we are asking teachers to look at the students who are not making the growth they should be making, so that they can pay special attention to those students.
And if I may, I'd like to add, within the EL world, we're really focusing on our newcomers, and we're focusing very heavily on our at risk of LTEL or LTEL, which are our long-term English learners, so that we really focus on their specific needs, because we know those are the students that become stagnant. So to address your concern, we are definitely looking at those two spectrums and ensuring that we're providing those scaffolds and support through this team that you see behind us.
And then lastly, for secondary, we, with our new assessment, we will be able to, well, first of all, we are providing reports to all of our individual students of where they are. So they are aware of where they're performing based on their grade level, performance on the MAPS assessment. For our 7th graders, they'll have that information all the way throughout to their senior year. So they'll be able to see and map their growth over the course of their time in Colton Joint Unified with that assessment data. That's going to be one unique thing that they will have that we haven't had before. The second thing is that we, with those quarterly data reflections, myself and Dr. Jimenez, we personally go out to the sites and we sit down with their leadership teams, and the things that they bring to us are the interventions and the supports that they're doing and that they're trying. And when we take that next segment, we go back and we meet with them to see if the students made growth and if those interventions were successful. So we're not waiting until the next year. We're actually doing it each segment of each test. We're going back to the sites, what worked, what didn't work, and what adjustments are you making prior to the next assessment.
And that's great to know because moving quickly and being able to pivot quickly is important. Board Member Thornhill again reminds us there are no do-overs for many of these students in those grade levels. So being able to pivot quickly and make adjustments is really important in this process, that fluidity. So thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? I want to thank everybody for the presentation. The incredible team. This is why we're here. And there's lots of things that we have to discuss on the agenda related to business matters, but when it comes to academic performance and the success of our students in the classroom, that is why we're here. So I appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation. I know that we'll have updates, and I'm sure we'll have lots more questions. And again, our goal here is to provide the resources so that our staff can do what they do. We have incredible teachers and staff for our students, but know that the average, right, is not acceptable here. We want every student to excel. And so that's the standard, Dr. Miranda. That's right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, that concludes our administrative presentations for tonight. That takes us to our action session items. We have items 7.1 through 7.22. We will need to pull 7.3 and 7.4 for separate consideration, but I'll ask if there are any other items that board members wish to pull for separate consideration. All right, hearing none. What I will ask for then is a motion to approve items 7.1 through 7.22 with the exception of items 7.3 and 7.4 that have been pulled for separate consideration. Is there a motion?
Second.
Thank you. A motion by Board Member Haro, second by Board Member Fuentes. Any questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, those items are approved 7-0. All right, that takes us to our first item that is pulled for separate consideration, item 7.3. This is approval of contract between Colton Joint Unified School District and the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Let me read out some, this is mandatory readout, so I'll go ahead and do that on the front end. And this is concerning the position of Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources Division, Mr. Brandon Dade. The term is January 5th, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. Annual salary is $179,584. Annual work year is 223 days. District provided vehicle for the assistant superintendent's use. Fringe benefits include health insurance, which is the same medical and dental insurance benefits offered to other certificated management employees, and sick leave, 14 days per fiscal year. Is there a motion to approve the item as presented? A motion by Board Member Ibarra.
I'll second.
Second by Board Member Adeguin. Questions or comments with respect to the item? All right, hearing none, I'll ask for a vote by saying all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the item is approved on a 6-1 with Board Member Haro opposed. That takes us to item 7.4. This is approval of contract between Colton Joint Unified School District and the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services. The contract is with Dr. Anthony Ortiz to serve as the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services. The term is January 5th, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. Annual salary of $179,584. Annual work years, 223 days. District provided vehicle for Assistant Superintendent's use. The fringe benefits include health insurance, the same medical and dental insurance benefits offered to other certificated management employees, and sick leave of 14 days per fiscal year. I'll ask if there is a motion to approve the contract. Okay, motion by Board Member Ibarra. Is there a second? I'll second that item. All right. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Any abstentions? All right. Hearing no abstentions, that is approved on a 6-1 with Board Member Haro dissenting. That concludes our action item sessions for today. Thank you. All right, that takes us to under admin reports. Any questions? Oh, we have facility update. Do we have a facility update this evening? No update. Okay. That's Owen. So we'll jump to our ACE update. Ms. Parachi.
Good evening, esteemed board members, Superintendent Miranda, cabinet members, and members of the audience. My name is Christina Poracci, and I have the privilege to serve as the president of the Association of Colton Educators. As we all watched the Ed Services team and looked at the student assessment report, one thing that was clear, students do better in class with their teacher. As AIDS president, I come to you and ask you to protect the instructional time. Limit unnecessary testing and extra activities that consumes staff time and energy, and let the teachers teach. Thank you for approving the 4 MOUs. As you see, I keep on trying to call Dr. Garcia. He's leaving us, so I can do whatever now. So we worked on 4 MOUs. It was a lot of time and a lot of energy, and thank you for approving all those MOUs. One more day before the Thanksgiving break, we are all ready for a well-deserved vacation, and I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving and enjoy your family time. Thank you for all your support, and thank you for always listening and working with us to solve problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Prache. As always, we appreciate the updates from ACE. CSEA update is next on the agenda. Do we have a rep from CSEA? Don't believe so. Okay, so we'll, is there a MAC update? No MAC update? All right, that takes us to ROP. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Ibarra and Mrs. Haro for ROP update.
Okay, yes. And,
No, the only thing I want to add is that with the Planes, Trains, and Automobiles program that was put on by the city of Fontana, that Ms. Aquanetta Warren, the mayor of Fontana, made the comment that of all of the districts that were participated, that the Colton district had the most students in attendance for the 4 weeks of the program. So I just wanted to make that because that just shows student commitment.
I thank you, Ms. Haro, for saying that. The mayor did say that our district was the most in kids and in attendance. They were there for all 5 Saturdays because this took over 5 Saturdays. And they were there early, up and early. And I want to thank Mr. Mesa, who is the automotive teacher there at Colton High School, for bringing these students out. And I was excited to see a couple of ladies there too. So young ladies being part of this activity. So I want to thank my colleagues also for sharing that. And I appreciate the district, and I appreciate Colton High School students for being out there and getting to learn and seeing the different opportunities that the transportation world has. Thank you.
Why come up with a good idea when you can steal one, right? There you go.
I mean,
It would
with
be nice to
Trace.
see examples of that.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm meeting with Tracy Friday, but I've already talked to our print shop, so I'll follow up on that.
Sounds good. Thank you. Great. Thank you for the update and the great suggestion. All right. This takes us to our superintendent's communique. Dr. Miranda.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Board President, board members, members of the audience, and everybody out there. I'm getting this echo here. It's kind of funny. Anyways, I'll be highlighting some of the things that we're doing with our students in our first slide. And so, we know that attendance is extremely important, and we want kids to be in school. And to Ms. Prachi's point, they definitely get better instruction when they're in school. So we definitely want that. Thank you, Anto. And so, want to highlight, so this incentive kickoff that we're doing for our winter attendance. And so, students at the elementary and middle school levels will have the opportunity to win a Walmart gift card for perfect attendance. So there are going to be 3 different drawings at each school site that will take place from November 8th through January 24th. The winners are going to be randomly chosen from a pool of eligible students who are school on time every day for a 2-week period. The winners will receive Walmart gift cards. First place will receive gift card for $40, and 2 runner-ups will receive gift cards for $15 each. There will be 3 individual drawings for each school site during this time period. We are really looking forward to giving these gift cards to our students so that they can enjoy themselves during the holidays and treat themselves and treat maybe some of the relatives, their mom or dad. And I want to thank our Student Services Division for coordinating this incentive program that's going to be really awesome. The next slide, please. Our community cabinet's coming up. So this has been a staple of our district for a while now. So I'd like to invite the community. Again, this is going to be a virtual meeting, so all of you can log on, and this will be on Wednesday, December 10th at 10 a.m. So that'd be pretty easy to remember, December 10th at 10 a.m. So the meeting is going to be held virtually, and the link and calling information will be forthcoming. Thanks to Katie Orloff, our communications director, she will get that out. So the community cabinet will be highlighting our pupil personnel services department with a special spotlight of our workability and transition programs. Uh-oh, get a look here.
No, just a point of clarification. The slide says December 1st. Just want to make sure it's clear. December 1st at 10 a.m. Is that correct? That's okay.
It's the 10th, the 1st, sorry.
The 1st. At 10 a.m.
I added another 0 here, so I apologize for that.
If you could do that to our budget, that would be great too. You could just.
I would love to do that, but I don't think, no, but sorry about that. Thank you for the clarification, Board President. December 1st at 10 a.m. No wonder that sounded kind of funny. That's right. So again, it's going to be virtually, and the link call will be sent out. So again, we're going to be highlighting and spotlighting our workability transition programs. I think that went off here. Sorry. Okay, here we go. We're going to do in a community cabinet, we thought it was important to include a status update for our community partners in where we're at in terms of the community cases regarding COVID, and also the guidelines for schools and district offices and what those look like today with some of the changes that are happening. The information will be posted on our district's social media feeds, so please look forward to that. And then the last thing I have this evening is Thanksgiving break's coming up. So we're all looking forward to it. I know that certainly our teachers have worked hard. We've been going for a long time here, our staff. So our sites will be closed Monday through Friday, November 22nd through the 26th. And classes will come back and resume Monday, November 29th. So I, along with the Board of Education, would like to wish our students, families, and staff a happy Thanksgiving. I would like to express to staff to take the time to decompress and enjoy this time with family and friends in a safe manner and continue to follow state guidelines to ensure the health and safety of you and your loved ones. So I didn't see the last slide, but there we go. Thanksgiving. Thank you. And with that, that is my communique this evening.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Miranda. We appreciate that. All right. Board member comments. We'll start this evening with Board Member Haro.
Well, I just lost what I had here, so hold on one second. I wanted to read something from a student. I attended the Bloomington High School program last Friday, and it was a combined program with the choir, it was with the theater, and it was with the art department. So it was the VAPA department, and they combined it, and they had choir performance, they had the art gallery, and then they also had some a short skit from the theater department. How the part of what they had were some in between. They had some monologues, and I wanted to try to get excerpts from each of the monologues. But the one that spoke, her name is Lyndon Ramirez. She's the president of the Bloomington High School Theater Club. And I wanted to read it because I am an advocate, everybody knows that, for the arts in our schools. They are important. It shows that students who perform, who do the arts in any shape or form, when it's all about, I hate that we always have to look at numbers all the time and how students score. However, the arts are proven to show that students do score proficiently higher. So Ms. Ramirez wrote, "Theater is important to me, to so many people, and to be without it in the usual way for so long is like missing a piece of yourself. Performance has been a huge part of my life for the entirety of my high school career. I've been in every production and choir concert we've put on since I came here 4 years ago. And storytelling in its essence is something I've been doing all my life. I've always felt the most confident while on stage. So when you're pulled away from such an expressive creative outlet, it has an intense impact. 2020 was really a learning experience. We tried things and made do with whatever we had. Perseverance is the word of the year. In that, though, through all of our carrying on, I feel were many missed opportunities. 2020 has made us a smaller as a program as it has done to every branch of our arts program. But I can say without a doubt, we are stronger for having survived a situation of this kind. Still, it's the kind of thing no one should have to go through. Our community and our theater program has suffered, but we're still all here together, and I think that says something about us. And now that we're moving forward, we need to focus on what we've gained. We've done virtual performances. We've learned how to play improvisation games through Google Meets. We've become more skilled in giving presentations and sharing our talents from a distance. And now we can use these newfound skills moving forward. Doing a virtual performance was new and strange. We put on a show that revolved around activities that you could do while in quarantine. I played 2 characters in 2 different scenes, and I feel like I did the best I could for our predicament. Being away from cast and directors was a challenge, but we learned more about independence and holding ourselves accountable. The thing we have been talking about most this year is rebuilding, regrowing the beautiful gardens that are arts after the cold winter of online learning. Bringing in more students is interesting. It's all one step in the rebuilding and returning us to our former status. I love everything about our community, and I'm proud of everyone and our progress here in the arts at Bloomington High School. Many of the students spoke much like Lyndon did about the struggle of continuing to be a part of the BAFA department during COVID, but they all spoke about the positive things that came out of it. And to listen to these students and the way they spoke, it was very enlightening. And to hear the things they said, it made me very proud to be a board member on this board. So I just want to, again, I know that all of the arts departments at Bloomington, at Colton, and at Grand Terrace High School, all of them are in a rebuilding process after losing students during the pandemic. But we have amazing students who are in these programs, and we owe it to them. So I was glad to hear some money going to the VAPA departments, but we owe it to these students because they deserve that education just as much as a student in sports or anything else. So thank you for that. The other thing I wanted to say was that I just want to be a proud mom instead of a board member, but I want to congratulate my daughter. She has been honored with the Inland Empire Q Gold Disc Award, and she will be awarded it at the Spring Q Conference. So I just wanted to do my proud mom moment. And I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Last year was very difficult for all of us. We weren't able to really get together with family and friends and do the things that we normally do. And I know this year things are a little more relaxed, although we still want to be safe. But I'm grateful for where we've come as a community as far as what we're able to do. And I want to thank everyone, all of our teachers and all of our classified staff for what they do on a daily basis, because it's not an easy job. It's not an easy job for the 7 of us. Sometimes we have to make decisions that we don't even like. But we do these things with the best interest of our students and our teachers and all of our staff. So I wish each and every one of you a happy Thanksgiving. Like Dr. Miranda said, take time to be with your families. Embrace them, because there's a lot of families this year for Thanksgiving who lost loved ones due to the pandemic, who won't have them sitting at their table. So we have to be grateful for what we have. My quote this evening: thank you, staff, for being encouragers, protectors, motivators, believers. Thank you for all the hours you put into invest in others. Thank you for being difference makers. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, Board Member Haro. Board Member Sandoval.
I just want to say thank you to everyone, all the staff, all the presentations. Thank you for our parents that came out, the teachers, and happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Fuentes.
Thank you, Board President. First of all, thank you to everyone that was here this evening and shared their thoughts with us during public comment. Thank you very much. I want to thank also our presentation that we had this evening, Dr. Cervantes, and then the Ed Services team that shared all the information, keeping us up to date. I'm glad to see the grant, the 5.3 million that's coming into our district for professional development, and so that's exciting to see. I also want to share a couple of things I did during the past weeks. This past Saturday, actually, or a Saturday ago, I was able to go out with the automotive team again over for Colton High School, and they were invited out to the NHRA, the Speedway out here in Pomona, Fairplex, and they got to see all the different race cars and motorcycles and all that cool stuff out there. See, that's another world of automotive, and they got to hear race car drivers. They got to go into their pits. They got to see all of that, and then they got to eat all this crazy carnival food. You know, they always have those things out there. So even I got to eat some barbecue. So, but it was fun to be out there because I could see the students, the interest of these young men and women that were sitting there, and there was other schools there. I'm thinking the first group was probably about 150, 200 kids that were there. And it was just great to see as I'm sitting there and I'm watching the kids and they're listening to one of the drivers. I think his last name was Mr. Reinhardt. They were listening to this driver, and they were very, very into what he was saying. And I'm going to quote something that he said at the end of my comments here. But I could see the interest. You know, these men and young men and women were in that automotive planes, trains, and automotive things for 5 Saturdays, and I can see the interest. You know, the world of transportation is no longer just a carburetor, a radiator, and that's it. No, there's computers in our vehicles now. I think there's like 5 or 6 computers in our vehicles, and if you go electric, then you got a whole battery powered type world there. And so they were very interested. So I'm excited to see our automotive programs. Hopefully at Bloomington High School, I know we do have an automotive program at Bloomington High School. They can get involved also. So that was exciting to go out there with them. I was also out at Colton High School this past Tuesday. They had a college career day during their lunches, and I think there was about 25, 30 colleges out there, from Valley College to Sousa Pacific, Cal Baptist, and then we had Cry Rock was out there also sharing their things. And then while they were having all this cool stuff, they were giving away hot dogs and popcorns. And so I want to thank Ms. Cardenas and her team out there for the great job that she's doing out there with her team and getting the kids involved, getting presenting them, bringing in the colleges, bringing in the universities, bringing in the technical education out to them. So I was excited to see that. I was also while they were doing that, they had a banda norteña playing, an actual local young group of men that were playing with their guitarras and they were singing live. So it was exciting to see that too. So a shout out to Colton High School and the staff out there at Colton High School. Also, we did have Veterans Day this past Thursday, last week, correct? If I'm correct, or was it this Thursday? That was last week, right? But I also just wanted to just say thank you to our veterans. Thank you to our veterans. If it wasn't for them, the ones that are serving and the ones who have served, we wouldn't be sitting here talking and sharing our ideas and sharing, you know, things that are happening around our world. So I want to thank all of our veterans in our district and around our communities for their sacrifice and for the diligence and for keeping us safe. And also our safety people that are out there, police officers, fire department, paramedics, you know, those guys keep us safe in our communities too. And then, not to say our safety officers here at our school district, from the leader, John Sachs, to all his staff, the resource officers that we have from Colton High School, Middle School, and Bloomington High School, our deputy that's out there. And the reason I'm going there is yesterday was history in making for Bloomington. The first ever Bloomington deputy. We're going to have 2 exclusive deputies for Bloomington. They did share the new unit, and it actually says Bloomington on the unit. The first ever unincorporated area to receive an actual deputies and a unit exclusively for the community of Bloomington. And to add on to that, we're going to have a 24/7 code enforcement officer also dedicated to Bloomington. And on their unit or on their truck, it also says Code Enforcement Bloomington. So if you follow me on Facebook, you'll get to see some of the pictures. I was invited to that event yesterday. So it was exciting to see. I was a part of the Bloomington Municipal Advisory Council for 10 years. And it's one of the things I kept fighting for, trying to get just an exclusive deputy and exclusive code enforcement for our community. And it's been done. So it was an exciting time, history in the making for Bloomington. And so I'm excited about that. And so I'm going to share the quote. I'm going to end with this quote from Mr. Reinhardt. As he was talking to the students, he said this to them: treat every opportunity like it is an audition. Make an impression. Treat every opportunity like it is an audition. Make a great impression. Have a great Thanksgiving. Eat a lot of tamales, eat a lot of pavo, turkey. Have a great one. Love ya. Have a great uh, rest of the week. Thanks.
I want to thank everyone and acknowledge everyone that came for public comments tonight. For myself, I can only say that I seek information on a daily basis. I have conversations on a daily basis, and any information that comes my way, I read, and I understand. I understand the tremendous responsibility that we hold as board members, and I know that my fellow board members feel the same way. And you know, and our highest priority is to keep everyone safe, our students and staff. I just also want to say, just stay safe, have a happy Thanksgiving, and get some rest and enjoy your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Arguin. Board Member Ibarra.
Thank you, Dan. I'd like to talk a little bit about how Cone Joint Unified School District has this wonderful positive effect over our students over many years. I chose to talk about the positive because as I'm starting my 26th year as a board member, 7 elections. I've seen a lot of history here in Colton. A lot of wonderful things happening, and as you know, it's not some things that don't work out so well. But all throughout this time, one of the things that I've seen is that as individuals, as people, as other board members and current board members, we all stood together to do what was right for our students. Education, safety, promoting their careers. And I'd just like to share a real short story. A few years ago, about 9 o'clock at night, I got a ring in my front door. And it was a couple of parents that I knew. And they had their son who was a 9th grader. And right away, as I greeted them, I noticed that the parents were in tears. So I invited them in, and we sat down in our living room. And they went on to tell me that they excused themselves for coming at such a late hour, but they didn't know where to go. And what was happening was that their son was wanting to quit school. He didn't want to go to school anymore. And I started to talk to the father and asked him, well, why do you think he feels this way? The son was there, head down, nice and quiet. And he said, well, he's telling me that over the summer, the father took the initiative of showing his son how to weld. And during that particular point in time, he made some money. He made like $500. And over the summer, he made a gate, he made several other, he even made a barbecuer and got paid for it. So all of a sudden he says, I don't need school no more. And I started to think, okay, so I talked to him, his name was Jose. I go, Jose, I see you like to weld. He goes, yes, I want to make a living out of it. And I said, well, do you know that Cone High School has one of the best welding classes through ROP in the whole area? And his eyes got real big. And that at that particular point in time, we just made it A through G eligible for grades, so they could actually pick up units of credit for it at that time. We're working on that for a period of time with the former superintendent of Cryo. And I told him that if you go to school, you'll be able to participate. And as I started to talk more about the program and how it would help him, he started to get more excited about it, to the point that I even gave him a tour. We went down there, we took a look, introduced him to the welding teacher. Long story short, he went to school, graduated. He got selected by the firm that built our math and science wing at Cone High School to help with the architectural build of that. And now, if any of you ever go to Vegas and you drive down Vegas and you see those solar towers, he is the top supervisor to those solar towers. So the reason I brought that up is that sometimes we as a board, we as a staff, administration, we go through some difficult times. And like Pat said, we have to make some difficult decisions. But we also can take a look at how much good this district has done for so many students. That is just one of who knows how many examples, thousands and thousands and thousands. And I think that that's something that we all sometimes need to remember, that no matter what people say, how we get threatened, that, we're here, all of us, everybody in this room, for the right reason. And we always have to remember that. I'll tell you what, the Delgado family will always remember it. And what happened with that was their older son. When their daughter came up, they put him through the nursing program. She's a nurse, she's an RN. So, and they spread the word to others. So we do wonderful work for our students. And I think that's something that we always have to remember here at Colton. So with that, I just want to say to everybody, happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your week off. Do something for yourself. And it, a wellness thing for yourself. Go for a walk, listen to your favorite music, take a ride up to the mountains, and just enjoy this week. And remember, it's all about family. And just want to thank you all for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Ibarra. Board Member Thorian Ojeda.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to start by thanking Dr. Peterson for the presentations tonight. I always look forward, and I would like to see more presentations with an academic focus, instructional focus, because I think it's really important to keep us grounded as to what we're here for and what we're doing, and the good things that we are doing in our district, because we are doing so many. When you look at all the interventions that you provided on the slides, there's a great deal of focused instruction happening when you're looking at the data. I was really encouraged to hear that we're going to have more resources available to provide additional support to our classified and certificated personnel to be able to learn those skills that we need to have to help make our kids, help get our kids where we need them to be, because they've been so at home, and everyone did the best they could, but we really have to hurry and catch up. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to kind of pick up where Mrs. Harrow left off in talking about, I just said that about an academic, but I think it's real important that we do have programs like theater and drama and the arts. And I'm going to be a grandma right now and tell you a little bit about what happened in my experience. My grandson just graduated from UC Riverside last spring. Hopefully, we'll be passing the MCAT and going on to medical school. But if it hadn't been for the arts at Bloomington High School, I don't know that he would have been as enthusiastic as he was about school. He was a very strong, focused student, but he needed something else to help him have a little fun in life. And he did things that there's no way this grandma would have ever tried to do on stage. And he was in a lot of their plays. And his first 2 years of college, he went and did a little bit of, plays in Riverside. But then his last two was really hard in biology. He didn't have time. He's studying now for that exam. He's coming up. So he had more time this year. And he went ahead and found a theater arts program in Riverside. And he, last weekend, Mrs. Harrow went to, was in a program at the Rialto Community Players. And it was so exciting for me to see him. I know how hard he works and everything he does, but to see him up there singing and dancing and enjoying that camaraderie with people who love that, knowing that those activities help him be a better student. And it's so important that we do that in our schools to give our kids a well-rounded education, to help them stay with it, to stay focused, because that's not hard, it's not easy. So I'm just really grateful for this district for having that program because I have seen the fruits of that in my family life. The next thing, I was going to wear this tonight because I got it today, a gift at the Veterans Hospital in Los Loma Linda, where I have spent a lot of time over the years, and again today. I am very proud wife of a veteran who is still suffering some of the negative side effects of being in a war. But those people have dedicated their lives, not only the men and women, but the families. Families really take the toll. It takes a toll on a family. And we really do owe them so much. And I appreciate all the things that our veterans, and I'm grateful that we have a day that we can honor them. So I just wanted to share this with you. And I'm also going to thank all of our staff in our district. I know, having spent so many years of my life working with kids and educating kids, and it takes everyone working really hard to do the best job we can at schools. I thank all of our staff, and I thank our parents for supporting our schools. It takes all of us to give the kids the best that they can have, because this going into a global society that we are now, things are different than when I graduated. And it's harder for kids, and we need to all work together. And I know that in Colton, they work very hard to work together and give our kids the best that we can. And on a happy note, it is Thanksgiving. You get a whole week off with your kids all at home again. I wish everyone a very happy Thanksgiving and a safe Thanksgiving. And come back the following week ready to take off and try to make up for some of the stuff we've lost. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member Thornhill. No comments for tonight, but you reminded me, Frank, at 26 years, you're approaching Brill territory, which is meaningful, and it ties into your comment about the impact that board members can have on students. And I will tell you, speaking of Ray, I consider him, when I was a student in high school many years ago in this district, Ray was absolutely a mentor and as pivotal in my education as any teacher. And I had some great teachers, but he believed in me. And I don't think I would have had the courage to follow my dreams to go to college, be the first in my family to go to college, without Ray's support and mentorship and leadership. And I know many of us in the district remember Mr. Brill, and hopefully will carry his memory for many years. But you're right about the impact that certainly board members can have in addition to other educators and our students. So that's right. That's right. I think he inspired Pat certainly to run, and I ran in part because of his inspiration. But thank you for sharing that, Frank. I do want to note that I would like to ask the board if you would join me in observing a moment of silence for two members of our Colton Unified School District family that we lost recently. Robert Stengel was passed away suddenly this weekend. He was a substitute teacher with the district for a number of years, going back to 2015. He primarily subbed at Ruth O. Harris Middle School and Bloomington High School. He has 5 daughters. One of them is still attending Bloomington High School. And we also lost Jonathan Owen, who is Terrace Hills Middle School teacher, recently passed away. He was an RSB teacher and spent his entire career at Terrace Hills Middle School going back to 2005. So we'll take a moment of silence, and I'll ask that you please keep their family in our thoughts and prayers. So a moment of silence, please. Thank you for that. And with that, we will adjourn to closed session.
Thanks. Good night. Happy Thanksgiving.
No, I'm okay. I'll just play.
All right. Is he? 4, 5, 6. Okay. We're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting for the Colton Joint Unified School District Board of Education. We do have some items that we need to attend to. First one is item 12.1. This is a student discipline item. There were 2 student discipline items presented in closed session. For students number 1037951 and 1046319. Is there a motion to uphold the expulsion orders as presented?
So moved.
Motion by, thank you. Motion by Board Member Fuentes, second by Board Member Haro. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, so ordered unanimously. Thank you for that. First readout item tonight is item 12.2. This is our public employee appointment and discipline dismissal and release item. On a motion by Board Member Thorian Ojeda and seconded by Board Member Sandoval, the board approved on a 7-0 unanimous vote the appointments, discipline, dismissal, and release as presented. That was 7-0. All right. It takes us to item 12.3. Public employee appointment in closed session on a motion by Board Member Adagin and seconded by Board Member Haro. And on a 7-0 vote, the board appointed John Abbott, Assistant Principal, High School to be determined. And our last item for readout is item 12.4, and this is also a personnel public employee appointment item. In closed session on a motion by Board Member Ibarra and seconded by Board Member Sandoval. And on a 6-1 vote, the board appointed Dr. Kathy Cervantes, Director of Human Resources, with Board Member Haro dissenting. And that is it for our readout. So we will adjourn this meeting. Get home safe, everyone. All right, you got to stop. Absolutely. Oh, there's more than one. Okay.